So last week, unfortunately, I was not recording player audio, which is too bad.
That's okay. Our explanation of what happened is be better than the actual record.
Yeah. So why don't you guys catch Dave up on what happened last week?
Well, what do you remember from the week before, Dave?
We had set up to keep eyes on that house.
Yeah, okay. So we were hired, as you recall, by a stupid halfling named Mr. Dickass Coin. And supposedly there was some merchant with a child that maybe or maybe wasn't being held hostage in a house. But probably it was just a ruse to get us killed by our supervisor, Sergeant Hufflepuff. You were sent on special assignment for some reason. We don't know why or what that was about. And because we were worried about our sergeant hating us,
not breaking.
we had to split our shifts again, like you do. So Rocco and Griff decided to watch the house, like makes sense. And in the early afternoon, while the other two went to do our rounds. And do you remember when they would send a guy off to the market or wherever, and he'd be gone like an hour, and then he'd come back? Do you remember that?
Yep.
Well, they did that again at like 12:30, 1 o'clock, and he walks right by our house. So Griff is thinking, hey, we can just grab that guy and take him out of the fight. So when we have to go in there, that's one less guy. Now, we were specifically instructed not to do that, but it seemed like the thing to do. So I had a crowbar, and as he walked past, I went out the back gate with my good buddy Rocco to hit him in the back of the head. But he heard me coming, and there was a bit of a scuffle on the street, and I hit him in the chest before he could scream out. And that was all going good. No one was on the street. No one saw anything. And then Rocco cut his fucking leg off with an axe or a sword, or I don't know what he had. And it caused instant death as he exploded in blood on the street.
Awesome.
So then I grabbed his body, Rocco grabbed his leg, and we pulled him back in, and then we checked. And it didn't seem like anybody heard anything or saw anything, but there was a huge blood streak across the street, like straight to our residence.
Yep.
So I spent like a half hour getting some water and trying to dump it around and just make it look less obvious. And then I went to the market and bought 2 chickens, and I cut them up, and I just put them in the big blood pile. Then Rocco and I were like, what should we do now? And I thought we should just wait and see what happens. But Rocco thought the best thing to do would be to claim there's wild, crazy dogs killing chickens in town. And he should go door to door asking if they have a dog and can we inspect it. So then he went to the house and he knocked on the door and said...
Hold on. You're missing one important fact in there. He decided to do this in the guard uniform.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, he also announced that he was the watch. He didn't say anything about dogs or anything when he knocked on the door.
Yeah,
it was
knocked
awesome.
on the door announcing it's the watch. Critical matter, opened it up.
So then they're like, okay, we're opening up. And then the door opened and a dude shot his foot off with a blunderbuss at point blank range. And it was awesome. But then Rocco blew it off. Blew it off.
Foot?
Rocco's foot, Adam's foot.
Okay.
And Adam spent his undo point, so instead he dodged and ran away.
Okay.
And then they sent the dog after him, and the leader man said, "Kill the kid and let's get out of here." And then I shot a guy in the chest with my arrow. From the thing, but then I'm like, I can't fight 4 guys, so I ran out of the house out the back to jump the fence. Adam got chewed up pretty badly by the dog, but he got into the house and then he jumped the fence and then he just ran away. And then I harried our friends with more arrows with amazing rolls that made it seem like I am some awesome archer instead of just moderately okay. It was great. So one of the guys was just like, "You're not paying me enough," and ran off. And while this was going on, our employer, who was watching the house from the back, snuck into the house on the 2nd floor as played by Eric, which was like the coolest thing of the whole session. And he ended up, so I'm shooting the guys from the front, and they send the dog after me, and I hacked the dog in the leg and it ran away, and that really pissed some people off. And then I ran to the other end of the street and was firing at him. And so everybody left the house except one guy that was going to kill the kid and then follow. And then the halfling dude formed a makeshift rope in a linen closet and climbed down the chimney to the room where the kid was. and then ran out and like stabbed that one guard in the leg, took him out, and it was awesome. While everybody else ran down the street, and then I ran in and, looking for the kid or whatever, see who else is in there. But it was all sorted out, and then I escorted the halfling and this kid who turned out to actually exist, which was a shock to me, into a safer part of the city. And then he told us to meet him at the Spotted Pig for payment because that's the only tavern in town. And then I was all excited to go back to Trent and be like, we totally did it. We won. We're the best. But Trent and everybody was mad at us for completely not following instructions. It was so weird.
Right, yeah.
And to add to that a little bit,
the halfling also asked what happened, and I said, I don't know. I heard a gunshot, and we didn't know what happened. I tried to help as much as I could. But unfortunately, he's a world-class investigator, and he looked into it. So that wasn't great. Do you have more to add?
The only other part I was going to add is after this comedy of errors, neither of them came to get Trent or Dirk at all. They just went on about their day.
Okay.
Rocco went back to the watch, bloodied up from the dog. So now the watch is killing every stray dog they can see.
Okay.
Because the stray dog attacked the watch just randomly.
They
as
have
far as the watch knows.
Tallies up for who's killed the most dogs in town. It's great.
Is your foot back on?
He didn't actually lose
point
it.
or whatever,
He
so that
used
never happened.
The fate point, the one that's the
good one.
Didn't actually happen.
Fortune.
Then
fate. Yeah, fate. You're right.
We all meet up at the tavern, and this guy comes and he's like, I don't normally make mistakes, but I was completely wrong about you guys. You completely fucking suck. But I'm a man of my word. Here's the fucking money. And then he looked right at Rocco and said, you knocked on their front door? And then walked off.
Yeah, and then walked off. And that's when we finally learned that he had done that.
But you get 6 gold. So kid's alive. You have 6 gold. It's a win. Well, you also theoretically have 1 endeavor between that and whatever we're doing. So if you want to buy gold or store gold or do something else, I think you get to do that with the rest of us.
We also got 20 XP because that was the minimum given for planning possible.
I thought it was a great plan.
I wasn't there, so I didn't get the experience.
True. I should give you some of it retroactively. Not all of it, though.
Okay.
Well, there's some from the previous session. Eric, while that was all going on, I accidentally deleted your cart somehow. I was trying to drag something, and it just disappeared off your sheet. The good news is
you mean? I didn't have a cart.
Oh, did you? Now you have a cart. What was in your backpack? Once I got rid of it, your inventory was correct again.
Tint and a bedroll?
I read those. Tint. Game. Tint. And bedroll.
And do you want to actually give me a backpack instead of a cart? Because I think the price difference is...
Well... Oh, yeah, this wasn't stuff you were leaving at home, right?
It was stuff I was leaving in...
you drag with you?
No, I was leaving the backpack in the guardhouse, basically.
I think the backpack has encumbrance, and that was the problem.
It does if you're carrying it, but if you click the encumbrance line, it drops it.
Why? Oh, I just put 2 on you. All right, hold on.
Or it's supposed to, at least.
So that got you to 7. If I wear it, it gets you to 6.
But if instead you don't wear it and click the encumbrance line, which is supposed to, it's supposed to zero it out.
Okay, so that part's not working.
That part's not working. Okay.
Okay, so maybe they broke that then, because you're saying that worked last week?
Yes.
Okay, so there might be a bug in there. All right, well, in that case, let's rename this cart here to... I don't know. Like, just put it in the cart when you're not carrying it, I guess.
That's
or
fine.
Something. Well, actually, now the backpack.
Can I put the backpack in the cart? Yes, there. That covers it.
Hey, yeah, that
We'll do
fixes
that
it.
for the moment.
We'll get it worked out. All right. Anyway, yeah, Dave, you had your own little mini adventure of aiming a crossbow at a building for like a day and a half.
Sounds good.
Make sure quarantine
Oh.
people didn't try coming out.
Our good friend Rocco also owes a favor to the mob to be called in at some future time.
All right.
But on the plus side, we helped the guy who was disabled by Rocco's actions get his ring back.
I'm disabled. Oh, and you had 1 week. I think we did this last week. You've got 1 week of between your days off and stuff. You've got like one endeavor you can do if you want.
Okay. Meaning, if I want to keep this money, I should probably use that.
Well, no, that one I'm letting you keep it because it hasn't been long enough that like it would go away. But I was just giving you guys a chance to. I don't know if there's anything like some people used it to like switch class or whatever.
You can punch Eric in the chest as hard as you want right now, and nothing will happen. Awesome.
Pretty close to true, honestly. With a strength of 3, I don't even know if you get. I think it's just straight up strength damage for fists. So if you had a really good roll and he had a really bad roll, maybe you could hurt him.
Okay.
But I bet your attack's undamaging, so I bet his armor counts still.
Yeah.
All right, so there we are. Dead dogs everywhere. Oh, and you got money. You can. I don't know if I added it to your sheet or not last week. Looks like I did. You're rich.
Yep.
You might want to hide that.
Most of my characters would have just collected the 30 gold all by themselves. But Griff isn't like that.
He's a stand-up dude. Right. So about a week passes of some uneventful watches. And you guys are getting ready to begin a night shift. And your good buddy, Rudy, also known as Hufflepuff, shows up and smiles at you. His big, toothy, missing tooth grin, it looks like there. I think that's a missing tooth, or has he got like a cigarette coming out or something? I don't know, man. Dude looks dirty. Got a special job for you, boys. Yeah.
Great.
Couple of scummy dwarves, low-level thugs. Been stealing. And you're going to find out who they're selling to. You gotta go see old Gino in Spittlefeld tenements. You know the one. It's that one that's almost fallen over. It is a pretty rundown place. You recognize the name. Like, don't want you going in there in your watch uniform though. Can't tip him off. He's gonna get you set up with a room across from the dwarves, and you're gonna watch them till you find out who they're selling to. Have fun.
Sounds good.
All right, so we're watching dwarves.
That's what he tells you.
All right.
Yeah, this is a trap. We're gonna die. You know that, right?
She said last
like,
time.
anyone
That's
like
what you said
write?
last time. And you almost
Can we
died
write-
because of your
Can we
teammates.
write a detailed note about this for when we all die?
Yes.
Ooh,
I'll write a
I
detailed
didn't
note.
take a single point of damage. I was like a super main character with plot armor the whole fight. It was awesome.
Oh, I looked. You had asked last week, like if you can aim or something. You can. You get plus 20 to hit the next round if you aim your ranged weapon. So now we know.
So like
Uh,
it's just half rate of fire then.
Well,
I'm gonna write a note that says Rocco killed me.
if you aim
And leave it
every
in my
other round, then yeah.
So aim is the action. Okay.
Aim is
Can
the
I
action.
aim for like 4 rounds and
No.
then shoot? Oh.
Well, you can, but you only get the same bonus as if you aim for one.
Okay.
But you can aim forever. You don't even have to shoot. All right. So what are you guys doing?
Go into this place, wash some doors.
All right.
Should we like scout it out first, or should we just see what happens?
I imagine that the value in scouting it out would be more than just, and well, first of all, I imagine that they're expecting us. So us waiting probably is not going to do us much good. But any scouting we do, like if we don't show up tonight, that's going to get back to our boss, and that's probably going to be bad. So I don't know how we do that in a way where it provides us value. So I think we got to just kind of hope we don't die.
Oh, I gotta fix something. I should have this. I do have it. The building in question is like 5 or 6 stories tall. It's in the slums. It's really run down. But everything in the slums is really run down. So you're familiar with the area. You know how to get there. It's kind of inside the area you guys typically patrol. I did do a little more reading on the docks and the watch and stuff. And honestly, you guys are probably like one of the 4 groups that ever patrol the docks. Most of the watch doesn't give a shit and never goes down there. But they don't like you, so you're, in the docks. And I guess most of the other people down there, they don't like either.
We get the shit detail.
Yeah. You sure do. So, Rudy had said, though, don't go wearing your watch colors because you don't want to tip the dwarves off. So whether or not you do that is up to you.
I don't.
The phrasing he used would indicate to you the uniform and the armband, not like you have to go naked or anything.
Right.
Were you guys, I kind of misheard. Were you guys going straight there, or were you doing something else? I heard maybe you were looking around, but...
I can't think of anything needing to be looked at, so I'm good. Just going straight there.
Sounds good to me.
Cool.
Going straight there.
You walk in, you get to the front door, and I assume you go in, right?
Yep.
There is a big hulking ogre who greets you at the door. So ogres are not necessarily evil in this game, although they're pretty rare to see. This one definitely seems to be, somewhat civilized. He's wearing, for him, man, he's big. I gotta move you guys to, let's put him down here. He's got a mustache. So that's how you know he's cultured. He's about 10 feet tall. Looks like he's got like clothes that have been stitched together from like other clothes to get him big enough to fit him. And you're not even sure like he could get out of the building based on his size. Like he looks bigger than the door frame. But he's the one sitting there as you walk in. And this is a tenement. This isn't like a hotel. This is more like where people, live. You could rent a room here, but I mean, typically it'd be more for you're going to stay for weeks or months at a time, not a one night thing. But he looks at you always like, help you?
Yeah, we were sent here by Mr. Puffle Stuff.
Do you use the correct name or do you say Mr. Pupplestuff?
I use the correct name.
Okay, I just, I had to be sure.
I'm
Oh,
sure in
yeah.
character I know it, but I'm out of character. I forget it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he said some use would be coming. Didn't tell me why, but I'm supposed to give you this key. Go up to the fort. Let me check. 4th floor. 3rd room on the right. That's the one.
3rd room on the right. Thanks. Did he give you any other instructions?
No, you just said you were coming and to give you the room and gave me some money, pay for it. And you said you'd probably only be there tonight.
All right.
None of my business. Unless you want to tell me. I don't get out much. I'm kind of stuck in here. What's going on? What are you doing?
I'm just following orders.
Orders. You work for him? That
Yep.
must suck. That guy's a dick.
Well, how do you know him?
He makes me pay for the Widows and Orphans Fund. Just stupid. There's an orphanage right in this building.
There's an orphanage in this building?
Well, there's orphans anyway. Bring them out. Give me 1 sec. Here I go. Get some shit situated that I didn't do because I just got back in town. I'm failing to use Windows Explorer. There we go. The easiest 6 gold you ever made there, Dave.
Do what?
That was the easiest 6 gold you ever made.
That's the first 6 gold I've ever made.
It's true. How much did you guys make on that job with the basilisk? Like 2 each or something?
2 each.
Gold.
Yeah, it's good money. Where the hell's the name? Oh yeah, Miss Pastorine. She runs the orphanage. You'll pass right through it on the 2nd floor. That's most of the 2nd floor. Be nice to those kids. We're gonna have words.
You got it. All right. Doesn't sound like there's anything else here for us. We want to just head on up.
Yeah, he sits back down in his chair, creaks under him. It's kind of like a central stairway. You can kind of, look up and down. So you guys are heading up to the 4th floor.
I will give my ogre buddy a 1 silver tip for his services.
Oh, thank you. That's actually a good amount of money. He's like, don't worry, I won't tell anybody that you work for that asshole.
Yeah, that guy sucks.
Yeah, he does. What? That's not what I... Is it really going to do this 1 by 1 now? No. No. That sucks.
Not so bad, Derek.
Well, there's a thing I could do to roll checks for you guys, and it would roll them all and spit them out, and it was just quick and easy. But now it was I had to click 1 by 1 for each of you.
Are we in a party? Is there a party system?
Yeah, you're in a party.
You can't.
No,
do
no,
roll
I
for the
no,
party.
it worked. I clicked you all, and it rolled you all. But for each
Oh,
each
okay.
one, it popped up a dialogue asking me to hit a roll button, and I just had to like click through them all. It's probably the new effect thing, be my guess, but I don't know. Rocco, as you're going up past the second floor, you see like a little kid scamper into like a kind of like where a missing vent would be, a wall. So like back in a crawl space, and they're staring at you from back there. No one else really noticed them. Looks like maybe like a 2-year-old kid.
You got my motion sensor out. It's okay.
I tell the guys, I'll be right back and go check it out.
Okay. So this is definitely the floor he was saying was the orphanage, and you can kind of hear, even though it's pretty early in the morning, you hear some kids running around nearby. But yeah, it's like a little 2-year-old kid who's like shyly peeking at you, around like essentially like an air vent, more or less. Yeah. It's not like a network of ducts, like a high tech spy movie or something. It's more like there's a crawl space there, but there's also a vent over that part of the wall.
I say, hey kid, what you doing?
Judging by the age, you're not 100% sure this kid can talk, but just points at your sword or whatever your weapon is. Do you have a sword?
I have a hatchet.
All right, points at your hatchet.
I pulled out of its sheath or whatever and like hold it up to him. Pretty cool, huh? Want to hold it?
Nods. Hold out his hands.
I like clasp the blade in my hands and let him hold the handle.
Okay. Do you let him get any of the weight of it or no? Or no, you're like, oh, okay, because it's probably the kid's probably like, oh. Like
I don't want him to cut himself, but I want him to hold it.
Yeah. All right, yeah, he does his best, but he can't really even lift it up.
Yeah. Pretty cool, huh? I cut a guy's leg off with this.
He alternates kind of between looking a little scared and a little impressed, but then he looks at like your leg, like he's a little confused. He may not have fully understood that, but
yeah. All right, we'll see you around, kid.
It's going to pay off dividends later.
He waves at you a little while after you leave, like right. You're walking away, and then all right, up to the 4th floor, I assume. Third door on the right was what Gino said. You do see a door directly across from it. It's closed. You guys go into the room, or do you do something else?
I want to go into the room and check it out pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then the whole building explodes.
So it is, this is a fairly rundown building. The floors are all creaky. It's kind of dusty in here, but it does look like there's like clean sheets on the one bed in here. There's a chair. There's a table. This definitely looks like it's a room for about one person to stay in. So it's going to be a little cramped for you guys. I mean, you can all be in here, but it's not like you're all going to be sleeping or anything. Oh, I also said it was 6 at night. It's totally not. Or 6 in the morning.
Is there a fire escape?
It's totally actually probably about 7 at night right now. No, but fire escapes aren't really a thing. Possibly. Possibly in jumping distance, yeah.
So there is a window at least?
Would I have to run and jump through this window into a window into another building?
It would be like a real risk.
It should roll.
It would be a pretty risky jump, but there would be a roll involved that is possible to succeed on.
All right, I got points for that.
Are you doing it?
Not yet. Unless the building is exploding.
Yeah, there's a bomb.
Although then I'll just do the reacher thing. Just walk out after it explodes.
Yeah. And hide off camera when people come to get you so that you can hit them from behind. That's the way to do it.
We got to put that talent in our RPG game that we make.
Yeah. So you guys head into the room and shut the door, I assume. You check it out. I mean, there's really not much to it. There's like it's like a chamber pot, a table, a bed.
Right.
What are we supposed to do from like dwarves are going to come see us, or we're supposed to spy on dwarves? Or I wasn't really listening during the brief. I don't listen during his briefing.
There are dwarves here that supposedly are in the room across from you, and apparently they've stolen some stuff. I think he said alchemical stuff, and that your job is to find out
asking
who's.
my party mates because they might have been listening. Not this out of character GM stuff.
Oh, my bad. I couldn't remember what I had actually told you though. So.
Is the door doesn't have like a peephole or anything, right?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
Peoples are universal. You gotta have peoples. That's
Okay.
important.
So we can see the door across from us, so we can see. people
Otherwise, this
coming
whole
in
setup just doesn't work.
and out. Mhm.
Well, you just leave the door open and I'll just look.
Stand there. But yeah, the idea was someone's supposed to be coming to meet them, and you're supposed to bust them then because they want to know who they're selling to, or
Okay.
who they stole for, essentially. Anyway, there you are. You're all in the building. It's very boring in this room. This could last all night. You got any sort of general plan you're doing?
I'm going to sit in the chair.
Oh, nice. Claim the chair early. I like it.
Might
Got my shield up for when the building explodes. With my face
might take set up some kind of rotation for keep an eye on the peephole.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll go
makes-
first.
That makes sense.
Bernard will go first.
We could just arrest the dwarfs now, and
And
then wait
learn
for
nothing?
the other guys to come in, and then arrest them. So it's 2 smaller fights.
Oh, man. So a map I happen to grab looks way nicer. Well, you guys have 2 beds and 3 chairs. This is way better for you.
That's probably because I tipped the ogre after he gave us the key and told us what door to use.
No vision.
That's okay, because the scale seems totally wrong. These are the biggest doors ever. Yeah, a 9-yard door? No. Oh, man. I thought I had this set. Give me 1 sec. 75 grid size would make that smaller. Nope, that was the wrong way. I said it right, but I did it wrong. Let's try 300. Yeah, that's probably close enough. And then let me make it so you can see. That's close enough to accurate for our purposes.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is the room supposedly you're going to be watching. But yeah, you're taking shifts.
Yep.
Who the fuck is this guy?
Oh, we should have had the suite. Or is that a common room?
No, it's probably a suite. All right. You guys get bored as the night progresses. You're probably expecting some shit to happen, whether it be dwarves or, assassins or I don't know what.
Or are we just going to be derelict to duty when we get back? And there'll have been no mission?
Wouldn't that be great? Although, honestly, he could probably just lie and say you were, really, if that was what it came down to.
I suppose, but you could also have something bad happen in our route that we weren't there for.
True. Okay. At one point, the door across the way opens. And a dwarf comes out.
I knew it.
You'd been hearing. Well, first of all, do you do anything when the dwarf comes out?
Well, who's
No.
watching the people still, Dave?
Okay.
I do not do anything.
You see him go up the stairs. He's going somewhere upstairs.
I turn and if anybody's awake, I don't know how many people bothered if it's this late.
This is probably about 11 at night, roughly.
All right, I tell them that one of them went upstairs. I don't know if he's going to meet somebody or what. I'm not going to be able to sneak after him if anybody wants to try.
A moment later, you hear him yelling, "Cursed elf, keep that down! I'm trying to sleep down here." You guys make perception rolls, maybe? I'll just do it. Group tests. Secret group test.
Why
All
would-
players.
If they're expecting a meeting, why would they be sleeping?
I really have to click each one of these. Yeah, I'm just going to have you guys do it if this is what it's going to be like. This isn't very good for secret tests if you see me roll 5 times.
Just every 3 minutes, roll 5 times. Make a script for that.
Dirk, Rocco, and Trent, especially Trent, can make out the faint sounds, probably were able to before this started, the faint sounds of like violin playing upstairs. So those of you who heard that are pretty sure that that's probably what he's yelling about. Sounds like it was probably coming from the other side, so it's probably directly above where the dwarves are.
Nice.
You hear, you kind of hear the dwarf stomping around up there, but that's about it. And then really nothing happens. So the night progresses. The dwarf never comes back down.
He never comes back down.
Nope.
Might be worth checking out. Is there anybody that can move quietly?
In theory, I can sneak.
You're our best sneaker, as far as I remember.
Not it.
Yes, I'm a terrible sneaker.
All right, I guess I'm gonna go try and check it out.
All right, give me a stealthy stealth roll.
You got it.
I would like a system where any of these kind of rolls, Derek rolls, and you just roll your intuition, and he tells you how good you think you did.
Yeah. Wow, the chat card for that really breaks down those modifiers a lot more. Characteristics, skill, difficulty,
Maybe for
bonus
you.
success. You don't
Yeah,
see
this
it?
is the same.
Stealth roll SL description. That's all we get.
You don't get, like if you hover over it, there's not like a little eye on the card you can,
Nope.
Nope.
oh, that's too bad. Well, good to be me, I guess. I wish there was an option for me to turn that on for you.
Now, he rolled an 11 versus a 48 target and got an SL4.
But he can
Oh.
switch that around and make it an 11.
So he beat it by 3 and got an SL4. I suppose he's got some bonus somewhere.
He has Alley Cat, I think, twice now.
Ooh.
I don't think he got it a second time.
And then
Just
I don't know
talking
where the
about it.
extra plus woman from.
Well, no, just Alley Cat once would get him to 4.
I put in screenshots what it looks like for me when I hover. Just pretty nice.
Nice.
I don't see Alley Cat in there though. So I don't know.
Probably that
just the modifier breakdown.
Stealth
Yeah.
urban.
Yeah, that makes sense, I guess. Anyway. You go up the stairs. It's been a while. You don't hear the violin playing anymore. They probably stopped when the guy was yelling and pounding. I'm not sure how long you waited before you were like, we better check this out. Probably a few minutes at least, right? The upstairs is very similar to this floor. All the doors up there are closed. You do not see the dwarf. And I believe that's the top floor.
We were on 4.
I was told it was 5 or 6 stories.
So I lied before. You're actually on 5. My bad.
Okay.
And yeah, it's 6 stories. So you're now on the Al is on the top floor right now.
Well, were we on the 4th floor by UK standards?
Maybe.
So
But
the
yeah,
top
Al,
floor
you don't really see
has a
much other than a bunch of.
much bigger landing then, because there's no more stairs up.
Yeah, I guess so.
Just all flat up there.
Honestly, the landing seems huge to me, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, there's probably like a little more space on one of the sides for room, right? So it's not perfectly analogous to this map, but you know, whatever. We're gonna go with it.
Is there any place up there I can kind of hide and listen for maybe 5-10 minutes to see if there's anything going on in any of the rooms?
Sure.
Hey, why don't you go out the window and climb around the outside of the building?
I am gonna roll a perception check for you, so that you don't know how you do. It keeps auto-selecting Dave for the checks. This is weird.
My bad.
Damn it,
Yeah.
Dave.
Dave. Actually, you know what? I'd rather you roll because you need to be able to decide if you want to spend or.
All right, so perception check, you said?
Yeah, perception check.
And it's just and it's normal, challenging plus 0?
Yep, just normal roll, and then based on your success level. Yeah, you're not hearing a lot up here.
I think there's a parade going on outside.
Everyone's probably asleep.
Ice machine is very loud.
Oh, you rerolled. Okay. So with that, you hear the room that would be like across the hall and above the dwarves. You do hear someone moving around in there. It doesn't sound like sounds of a struggle or anything like that. Just you're hearing footsteps occasionally. Probably one person is your guess. And that's about all you're hearing up here. But again, there's a bunch of doors. They're all closed. I mean, and it's late. It's
I go
11:30.
I go closer to that door, position myself in a place where I couldn't be seen from the peephole of that door, and I stay there for maybe 5-10 minutes to see if I hear any more.
All right, give me just a straight up percentile roll.
Yeah, of course.
You continue to hear a few like footsteps in there, and you actually see the light under the door like go out. And now that you're thinking about it, you look and like there really doesn't seem to be light from any of the other doors either.
Okay.
And then you're not really hearing anything else.
All right, I sneakily go back to our room.
Did you take your boots off? And are you carrying a lit torch?
I imagine I did not take my boots off.
It probably is pretty dark in here. I'm sure there's some windows that, like, you know, like here, for example, right? That give some light on the overall landing. And I imagine up on the roof, there might even be like a little skylight above the landing. Although looking at that, it was definitely closed and you don't see like a ladder to go up to or anything. So you're probably not thinking that like, oh, the guy just went out the skylight. Like that doesn't really seem feasible. There's no way to really climb to it, short of like getting a rope out or something. And probably a hook. Because it's like directly over where the stairs are. Anyway, that was your light. Although it's pretty, you know, it is nighttime, so it's not a ton of light. He comes back down nice and stealthily. You guys don't hear him, although anyone peeking out the door is going to see him because, you know, he's not that stealthy.
So when I get back in the room, I tell him what I observed, which is not a lot.
But you didn't see the dwarf up there? Was there any roof access?
There was like a skylight that I don't think you could get to.
You're not even sure it would open based on what you saw. It just seemed like clear glass, like just directly over the.
So he was probably in one of those rooms?
I'm sorry, say that again.
So he was probably in one of the rooms that were upstairs?
Or, there's some summoned dark magic portal that got him.
Yeah.
That probably would happen. Should we go check that out then? Should we? We don't know who else was here, do we? In this hotel? Or tenement?
There's Gino, the ogre.
Yeah.
Supposedly there's 2 dwarves. There's someone playing violin who's might be an elf based on what the dwarf was yelling, and then there's Ms. Passerine, who apparently runs the orphanage, and there's some orphan kids. That is what you know of. Based on your trip up the stairs, like you've.
So
there are other people living here. You're sure some of the rooms are empty, but
we were told to wait for someone to come meet with the dwarves and then get them all.
Right.
Is that right?
He could have just walked upstairs to his meeting.
Yeah, you were told someone was going to come meet the dwarves and unload their, I guess, alchemical supplies that they had stolen. It sounded like it was supposed to be like a decent amount of material, not like here's a vial, but like a couple crates worth of stuff.
All right, and he obviously didn't walk upstairs to that. All right, I'm fine with waiting then.
Go ask your ogre buddy who's coming in the door. He's sitting right there at the entrance,
Like
right?
everyone that's coming.
We're looking for dwarves.
Oh,
right?
I guess we could find out who was staying in, room 5-1 or whatever.
You want to go talk to Gino?
Yeah, I'll see if Gino will.
You're the one who
tell
gave
me
him.
if
You're the one who gave him a
anything.
coin, right?
Indeed.
All right, so you're heading downstairs.
Yeah. Maybe I'll pass the culprit on the way.
Gino's sitting there. He appears to be asleep when you, just sitting in his chair asleep, or at least he appears that way. You can wake him up. He's just sitting there.
All right. Does he have is there a room attached to this room that he can sleep in? I'm assuming he can't fit up the stairs either, right?
Yeah, no. There's a doorway rather that's looks like it's been modified to be extra big, and rather than an actual door on it, it's like a curtain hanging over it. You're guessing that's where he goes.
Hey, Gino. Are you awake?
Yeah. Just resting my eyes.
I'm sorry to bother you. We were up in a room and I heard the most beautiful violin music from the 5th floor. I'm wondering if you know who might be staying there.
Yeah, that's the elf. Can't say elf names. I just call him E. He keeps to himself mostly. Really doesn't come out of there much.
Stays there long term?
Oh yeah, he's been here for months at least.
Okay.
He's looking at his fingers, trying to give you an answer, and then gives up.
I will thank him very much and give him another silver.
Oh my gosh! Thank you, sir. Thank you. Let me know if I can help you with anything else.
Everything's great. Have a nice nap. I'll go back upstairs.
Rest of my eyes. All right.
All right. So it's just one lone elf that is staying up there. Long term, has been staying. I don't think Vino can count really, but he said he's been staying there quite a while.
He also tells you the elves are real old.
And he's real old. Maybe he killed our dwarf friend for being a dick.
Maybe.
Dwarves and elves love each other.
It's elven magic. Someone want to go ask him?
No, not really.
You guys going to keep watching?
I'm keeping watch, yeah.
All right. Not a lot happens. Are you guys taking turns like sleeping? Well, actually, this is the time you would expect to be awake because this was your watch. So there's no like fatigue or anything. Like you slept during the day. But what were you saying now?
No, that's all I was going to say is that I would expect us not to need to.
Yeah, I kind of lost my train of thought there, and then I recovered. Around 4 a.m, you got like out your window. You guys are hearing like the pounding of nails, and like someone's hammering. It's like it's coming from down in the street.
It's not normal for 4 a.m.
No.
Is this something we could stick our head out the window and figure out what it is?
Yeah, I will go take a look.
It's definitely coming around from the front of the building, which you don't have a good view of here. But
Which side is the front of the building?
Actually, here, let's give us a different perspective. Maybe I can find it.
Are they nailing the building shot and they're going to burn us alive because of the fire thing before?
They won't do that to you twice. Did I just activate this? No.
No.
What the hell? Here you go. You get like a side view of the building. Looks real good, right?
Welcome.
Can you see it or is it hidden?
Oh, yeah.
All right, so you guys are here.
Well, I can't see it.
You can't see it?
No.
So this is we're on the next to top floor.
Right,
Fifth
refreshing,
I'm
maybe?
at 97%. I mean,
British
thing.
ordering.
Not this shit again.
I'm going to be honest with you guys. I don't think this building passes code.
This is the stuff we've been patrolling for weeks on end, right?
Yeah, more or less. This one's probably a little taller than some of them, but yeah. This is not loading for you, huh, Andrew?
I hit F5 right when it finished. Oh, that was my mistake.
4 a.m, huh?
Yeah.
If it's loud enough, I'll go down. Is it a significant noise or is it just something we heard because
No, it's like persistent. It wasn't like a one time like thunk. It was like you're hearing thunk, 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 like it's going for a while. You do see people. You do see some people with torches milling around down there. You're having trouble making it out from up here.
All right, I'll head down the stairs and head out front.
You get to the front desk, and Gino's there, standing in the doorway. And the thudding is much louder as you come down the stairs, because as you get down there, you see that the front door is being boarded up from the outside.
Okay.
You definitely see watch uniforms of the people doing the hammering. And Gino's like, "What are you doing?" And Rudy's on the other side saying, "Quarantine. This place is diseased. You can't come out. Anyone trying to leave will be shot."
Okay. What's the usual procedure for quarantine? They burn the place down with everybody in it?
No. So the last time you were in quarantine, or you were on quarantine duty, basically the guard more or less surrounds the place. And they get crossbows, and anyone who tries to leave will be shot. But otherwise, they usually just keep it quarantined for a couple days until the plague runs its course, and the survivors are, good to go after that. And anyone who died, you take them off and burn them.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But I don't know if you had the full context. I told the other people there'd been plague kind of going around the area. It seemed a lot like blood rot, which kind of it's not super fatal. If you're like a healthy person, probably like a 10% chance, or like a 10% fatality rate for like the average person.
Mm-hmm.
But the young or the old are going to have a lot more trouble with it. But what's weird about it is normally it's only passed through like blood infection. And what's got them so worried is it just seems to be like it'll be in a building and then it'll like spread throughout the building, and so they've just been quarantining buildings as it happens.
Okay.
So this is bad, guys. We're gonna be.
Well, you're down. Are you downstairs with Dave?
Does he recognize Rudy? Does Gino recognize Rudy?
Yeah. Gino seems genuinely distressed and confused about what's happening here.
All right.
Why you lock my door?
Yeah. All right, Rudy. Don't or not Rudy. Don't worry, Gino. We'll try to figure this out. All right. So I head back upstairs and I let them know what's going on. Is this some? Somebody mentioned it earlier. Is this some elaborate ruse to keep us here so that we miss our duty?
Yeah, it's just like the hostage thing all over again. I told you.
Which hostage thing?
With that little kid from last week.
Oh, that wasn't us. We were still on duty at that point. So I guess at this point, it's a matter of how do we get out to, make sure that we're on duty.
You mean locked up in court? I mean, in game terms, unless you can't somehow prove you were here, like.
I was going to say, isn't it being quarantined by the guard? Couldn't you just tell them, hey, we're here. We'll stay in here, but you got to let everyone know that we're stuck here.
Mm-hmm.
That seems reasonable to you. You don't think it's such a bureaucratic nightmare that it's like, well, you're not allowed to leave, but you got to be on guard, so you're fucked either way.
Right. Yeah. No. Do we are there any like first floor windows or anything like that? And when I look out,
there's windows on every floor. Yeah.
Do I recognize anybody? Like in the guard?
We definitely recognize Rudy.
Yeah, I'm not.
You probably recognize a few guys that you were actually, with, last week when you weren't here. That were on. Some of them didn't really seem to like the duty. A couple of them really were looking forward to the chance to shoot somebody who tried to leave. Like they were looking forward to it.
Okay, I wanna find somebody who didn't like the duty and see if I can get his attention from a window.
So you're yelling out the window?
No, I'm not yelling. How
are you getting their attention?
Are they like yards away?
Yeah, they're not getting right up close to the plague building. They're back a little ways. Like they're close enough you can shout to them, but you can't whisper to them.
Okay.
I doubt. You need some way to attract their attention. Like they've been boarding the door, and then the bottom floor windows.
All right. Are any of those not yet boarded up? Are they in the process of boarding one?
Yeah. I don't think there's any that aren't boarded, but there's probably some that people are right next to boarding them, if that's what you mean.
All right.
So yeah, if you're looking for a guy boarding up a window, sure, that can happen. Yeah.
Okay. I'll go up to the window and say the guy's name and identify myself as Bernard. I'm also on the watch. Just want you to know we're in here.
Oh, Bernard, what are you doing in there, man? I'm gonna put you guys on here. You can get yourselves on like whatever floor you are, or whatever. I don't know.
I'll be standing by the window, and I'll say that
Yeah, we can't actually get in the building. It says Token Collide.
Really? There's
there are doors. There's a door right here. You got to come through it.
oh, I hid the walls because I didn't want to do it, but apparently, you know what? I'll just delete the walls. Hold on, this is fine.
So, yeah, I'll go to the window and I'll get his attention. I'm like, hey, this is Bernard. You know, on the watch. We were doing this stuff last week. Yeah, I'm in here. This is a secret mission for Rudy. Don't tell anybody. But I do need someone to know we're in here, just in case Rudy loses track of which building he sent us to.
You're brave, man. Like you should cover your mouth and like breathe shallow or something.
Oh, we will. Take short breaths.
I don't want to shoot you, man, but don't run out because
I'm not running out.
You know Frank will. Frank's been like etching his initials on his crossbow bolts and stuff.
So we can identify his kills later. Yeah. Nobody likes that guy. I just wanted somebody else to know that we were in here, just so that Rudy didn't take any chances on the building.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell everybody, but you know, who's we though? Like, what do you mean? Just you?
The rest of my squad is in here.
What's your special mission?
I don't know. It's we were sent here to watch some people.
Well, you'll get a good chance to do that, I guess.
Yeah, we're gonna watch it for a couple of days now, I guess.
Yeah. All right. Well, good luck in there.
Well, I hope to see you once this is done.
Yeah. Hope not to see you until then, though.
Finish boarding up the window in front of me.
Yeah, he paused while you were talking to him.
Yeah. I'm like, go ahead, board it up. You know the rules.
All right.
I'm just trying to share the information that, hey, we're in here.
Yep. So you've successfully done that. You guys have anything immediate you want to do?
This is great. Now that they know that we're in here, all we have to do is figure out a secret way out, kill Rudy, and then come back. It's perfect.
It's the perfect alibi.
He's a fool.
Well, you should go downstairs and talk to what's his name? What's the other name?
When they're done.
Sure.
Maybe there's sewer access. Who knows?
Just to try and figure out if these places always have secret entrances and exits. Just want to know if there's a way for us to get in and out if we need to.
Maybe that little orphan kid knows how to get out.
Maybe.
He knows how to scurry around.
Probably. If you're this big, you can get out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Who had that foam finger?
If only you had Alphonse here with you. He was a master of crawling through tight spaces and then ambushing people and murdering them. All right. Well, as the early morning, as it gets a little later and the sun comes up, people are waking up, and you're definitely hearing kind of the whole place going into an uproar as everyone finds out they're locked in here. There's a good number of various families. I feel like the map doesn't really do it justice because it made it look like there's not that many rooms, but it was just a map I grabbed online. So assume there's some more rooms, but you're definitely getting like the sense there's like at least a dozen different apartments rented out here. Everybody's real upset about being in here. They're like, "Oh yeah, did you hear about that other building that they just quarantined? Like, I heard everybody died, and they had to burn all the bodies because they were like weeping blood." And Dave, that's not true because you were there. There was like, there were probably about 10 people who died, but
so I'll kind of, I don't know, guys. I don't know if that would be rumoring or whatever. Gossip, I guess, is the thing.
Do you guys want? How about you guys give me an easy gossip test to hear what kind of shit you're hearing from people, and then if you're trying to spread your own gossip, let me know.
Sure.
Do any of these people appear to have the plague?
That's a good question. Looking around, well, nobody appears to have it, but let me see what your gossip test turns out.
Dirk knows.
Wow, +8. It's pretty good. How are you such a master of gossip? Holy shit. Oh, it's +40.
You said easy.
Yeah, you're right. I'll do it. Grifton Ed is +40, or he's real bad. All right, well, so you do hear that there was a dude, named Argus Finkel, who lived here on the 4th floor, who died about 4 weeks back. It was a shame, really. He used to sing the finest songs, and then his throat got all bruised and his eyes bugged out, and he died the day after. Turns out that
our room?
Yeah, it turns out that was your room.
Awesome. We'll open all the windows, make sure to clear out all the bad humors.
Well, not on the 1st floor.
Well, he was on the 4th floor. So yeah, I opened the windows on the 4th floor.
There have been, you're hearing more and more, there have been quite a few people who have died in here. But it seemed like it's been a lot more staggered than like the other buildings. And now that you're thinking about it, the other building you were quarantining was fairly close to this one, like within a block. And then another one you'd heard of, you weren't part of that one, was also really near this area. This one seems to have a little bit lighter. This one seems more spread out over time of people getting sick from what you're now hearing from people in here. Oh yeah, so-and-so died like weeks ago. Whereas the other one, it was like a bunch of people kind of all at once.
I kind of look over at our at Trent, and I'm like, "Have you heard anything about these diseases? Hey, would I know if you're good or not with curing diseases or anything like that? I don't know anything about."
You know that I've treated us when people got injured. That's about all that.
Sure. I don't know anything about clerical magic, though, do I? In system, or I'm sorry, in this world, is there a lot of knowledge like that? That's a question for Derek, I would guess.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening.
Does the average person just know about clerical magic?
Well, you know that like magic is real. Sure. And they don't call it really magic. They call it blessings or miracles.
Sure.
It's rare that it would be powerful. Okay. So like Eric can do, I forgot what it's called, blessings. Is that what those are called?
Right now, I can only do the blessings. I can't do the miracles.
And the blessings are more like, maybe
plus
you
10 to a stat.
Or heal 1 hit point, stuff like that. The bigger miracles are a lot rare. That's like the people who have leveled up, which there's not a ton of. But it's not. Well, I mean, it's not unheard of.
Yes and no. It's what I'll be able to do as soon as I get enough XP to throw it together.
Yeah.
Cool. All right.
Sorry, when I say it that way, I mean right now the only thing I'm missing to be able to do a miracle is
XP.
The 100 XP to get the talent.
Yeah. Let's see what else we got. Someone here tells you that the people who've had it here, they seem to be fine one day and they go to bed and then they just wake up the next day sick as a dog. Their necks are all bruised, their heads are burning, like the worst fever ever. And then some die that day, some hold out for a week. Actually, kind of a vibe you're picking up from here that's different from the other places is that everybody here who came on sick seems to actually die.
Okay.
It's been a lot more spread out and not many people at once, but like pretty much everyone here dies. Whereas other places, a lot of them would get sick and then recover. Let's see. This morning, there's actually a doctor who lives in this building, but came down with a fever probably last night.
Okay.
And apparently they're sick in their bed. No one wants to go near their room. They're on the actually same floor as the orphanage. And then another guy says, "Yeah, I heard the dwarf yelling at the elf. The elf's probably all responsible for it."
What is the makeup of this building? Is it mostly human? Obviously, it's an ogre.
It is mostly human.
Okay.
Ogres are damn rare. This is probably one of the only ogres you've ever seen.
Okay.
Or at least spoken to, I should say. You have no idea what his story is. It definitely seems weird he'd be here. But clearly he belongs. Everybody's like, yeah, it's not such just some dude sitting there. Obviously, everybody.
His place. Always been his place. Okay. All right. Well, we're not here in our capacity as watch or guard, rather. So, well, what do we do? Can we just hang out in here? What is Are people like just milling around, like in the hallways, the doors open?
Yeah. Most of them have their doors open. A lot of them are like more congregating towards the first and second floor. Kids are running everywhere. A lot of people are talking about, oh man, the doctor should be able to like figure this out and help us. But obviously, you don't see the doctor anywhere because she's sick, from what you've heard.
Okay. Is there
people are worried about how they're going to get food and water and eat and shit. They're all side eyeing Gino, whose like stomach is literally rumbling, and he's sitting there going, "I'm hungry." They're just looking at the big ogre who keeps saying he's hungry.
Yeah. Do we have an idea of the of which apartments are actually in use?
They are spread throughout the building, but like if you want to be like, I need a checklist of all the empty ones, Gino can probably hook you up with that. He's assuming Griff does some of the asking there. He seems to really like Griff after getting 2 silver shillings.
Yeah, I might set Griff up for that. Just we could probably go check all the empty rooms, make sure there's nothing suspect around here.
No plague canisters shooting out poison.
Right.
Some of the families in here are the Drexlers, who keep talking about how rich they are, though clearly they're not if they live here. The Handersheims, who gather and sell shit for a living. The Loser Bodens, which is a great name. They make stew that stink up the building, apparently.
Now, when you say gather and sell shit, are you talking about manure?
Actual excrement.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
No, that's cool.
And then there's all the essentially the street urchins who are orphans? In here. The orphans. I don't know. I'm not going to read through them all. There's plenty of families in here.
Sure.
Or groups.
I'd kind of like to know where the empty rooms are, so that we could kind of make a check out of them, and then surreptitiously look in on all the rooms that are actually inhabited to see if they're alive and well. And
did that dwarf ever turn up, or he's nowhere to be seen?
You never saw him come back last night, although things got a little wild. I don't know. If people are still keeping watch up on the door, they have not seen him come back.
But he's not down here. He's not.
Yeah, that's the thing. I was just kind of check up on all the people.
You have not seen the dwarf. You do see a dwarf. That's a good point. Probably the other dwarf came out of the room at some point. In fact, he's probably being like, "Anyone seen my brother?"
I'd say that's the way out of the building, unless he's just heading upstairs.
There are some empty. Pretty much, the only floor that doesn't really have empty rooms is the. And I was wrong. It was the third floor, not the second floor, that has the orphanage because UK. That.
It's ground floor, first floor.
Here, I'm actually going to ping the map. Like, this has a lot of empty rooms. This has a lot of empty rooms.
Okay.
And then kind of the section you're in, and then there's a few up on the top floor, too.
Okay.
So, again, that map that I showed of you across from the door, it's really too small. There should be a lot more rooms than that indicated, but it was what I grabbed online I didn't want to make one, so.
Well, given the way this looks, that might have just been, a part of one of the floors. It's so haphazardly built.
Yeah.
So I would like to talk to Griff, but maybe in his quarters. Not in front of
you are
other
Griff.
people.
I'm confused.
I would like to talk to Griff, not in his quarters, like I said, and also Gino, the G brothers.
Oh, so it becomes clear that Gino is pretty much confined to the first floor. He probably could not fit up the stairwell.
Right, but he must have his own place, right? Or is he?
Yeah, you ask him, hey, can we go back behind the curtain and talk there?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, he'll be happy to do that with you. His room is actually neater than you would have expected. It's basically a big pile of mattresses and blankets, but there's not trash all over or anything.
Well, I'll explain that our supervisor, Rudy Hufflepuff, hates us because we tried to put an end to his orphanage fund scam. And very likely the reason that this is happening is because he's trying to get rid of us. I didn't see anyone particularly sick. I don't think anyone actually has the plague. I am very upset with Rudy Hufflepuff, and I would very much like to get out of here temporarily to kill him. Is there sewer access? Is there any secret ways out about where I could leave and come back?
Well, the doctor's sick. I saw her this morning. She's definitely sick. And there's definitely been some sick people who died who we had to take out. But you're right. Right now, most people don't seem sick. But if you want to get out, there's a basement, but it's real messy and kind of maybe there's a way out through there. I can't fit down there. No one goes down there. It's messy and dirty, and I think partially flooded.
Well, I can take a look. Thank you very much. I will go ahead.
What is he doing to orphans?
He's taking your money and he's just keeping it for himself.
That's bad.
That's wrong.
That's real bad.
I also saw him kill some dogs. He's a bad man.
I want a dog right now. I'm hungry.
If there's a dog in the basement, I'll get you one.
I don't think there's a dog down there. Rats, maybe. You bring me a rat?
Sure. If I can get out of here and come back, I'll bring you a pizza.
Maybe 5 rats.
I'll see what I can do. It's kind of late in our campaign to have a kill the rats adventure, but I'll check.
Please go kill 8 rats in the basement.
I will
Bonus
give myself a shilling.
Dude.
Let my party members know there is a basement. Maybe there's a way out down there, or maybe it connects to another building. I presume he told me how to get access to it.
Yeah, it's actually just you go down the stairs instead of up.
Pretty sneaky.
Thing that nobody does. I mean,
nobody goes down there. It's why would they?
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, maybe they do, but no one has while you've been standing here.
Okay.
It's dark down there. I mean, it essentially goes underground. There's no light switches, so you're going to want a torch or a lantern or something.
All right. We can go check that out.
The dwarf's still saying, anybody seen my brother?
Do we want to...
There's some people who are like, we really got to get the doctor to figure out what this plague is. And other people are like, she can't even speak right now. She's like,
should we look for
down
this
with a
door
fever.
first, or should we go to the basement first? Or should Rocco and I do one thing and you guys do the other thing?
Maybe we should should we take the dwarf with him? Tell him that we saw his brother go upstairs last night to yell at the elf and never come back down?
I don't know if we want to start massive strife between the people that are locked in here for several days without true purpose. But that's me talking. However you want to handle it is fine.
I don't know. Which one of you guys
down here at all, or an elf has also not come down?
Yeah, has the elf not come down either?
The elf has not come down. You have not seen an elf down here.
Okay.
I think the elf is killing people. It's not even an elf anymore, is it? He's really old.
All right. Do you want to check with the elf first, or do you want to go to the basement first, or do you want to split up?
We could tell him. We could tell the dwarf, hey, we'll help you look for your brother if you want, and then just go knocking on doors.
Dwarf's like, I bet I know exactly where he is. I bet it was that elf that got him. That elf's nothing but trouble.
Do elves normally get dwarves?
Yeah.
No.
No.
Well, I asked the dwarf this.
Yeah, Griff is helping.
No, but this one's an asshole.
Oh, well, okay. Sure, we can. You know what? I will go help you.
I mean, all elves are assholes, but no. Normally, dwarves would have no trouble. They crush an elf. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I agree.
I'm asking a question.
Just asking.
Have you had a problem with this elf before?
Yeah. All the time. He's always playing music up there, and just I don't like him.
Okay. Well, let's go ask him if he's seen your brother.
Can't trust those knife ears. Yeah, let's go ask him. Hold on. Stop in my room for a sec.
Okay. I'll stop by his room and I'll stand at the door politely as he goes in, and I'll take a look around to see if he's got any.
Because if there's going to be a fight, Griff wants to be on one of the sides of it.
I'm going to go back to that other map just because if there is a fight, this is the wrong map for it. Let's see here. There's a dwarf.
All right. And he went to his room, right?
Yeah, he doesn't even shut the door. In fact, as he opens the door, you do see crates of what's almost definitely alchemical supplies just piled up to the side of the door. But he goes in, he gets an axe, tucks it into his belt, and then he gets a blunderbuss and he starts loading the thing.
Whoa! Let's not jump to any conclusions. We don't want to go just murdering people now, do we?
Gonna ask him some questions.
You don't need all that to ask him questions.
I will pay special attention to the way that he loads his blunderbuss.
Hey Dave, give me a charm roll.
Oh, me?
Mm-hmm.
Charm?
Mm-hmm.
That's a skill. Wow. Actually got some points in it. It did not go. Charm. I'm seeing a dialogue kind of show up, and then it fades out really quickly. I'm gonna relog in.
Let me try for you. Shows up for me.
It like flashes into existence and then disappears.
Certainly, it has nothing to do with me updating the code right before the game.
There it is.
How could it?
Challenging?
It's just normal roll, yeah. Nope. Real good. Nope. He looks at you for a minute, he's like, nah, I'm bringing it. And he starts walking upstairs.
Yeah, most elves are bastards, I understand.
All right, so I'll follow him up.
Adam, you want to knock on the door since you excel at that?
No,
He's got points in that skill.
Are you coming with? Who's coming with?
It's just me and you, I guess.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm gonna hang back.
Well, you'll certainly
I'll go
hear
with.
the combat if it starts.
Go upstairs to the room directly above his.
If you're going upstairs, just put yourself in like the stairway area, just so I know who's where. If you're all going, then it's easy. But yeah, he goes and he starts pounding on the door, and you hear kind of a older voice coming from inside. What? I know you took my brother. Open up the door. Come out here and face your medicine. I'm going to make the War of Vengeance look like a bloody tea party when I'm done with you.
Just over his shoulder, I was like, I'm sorry, sir. We're just looking for his brother.
You're not in here. Go away.
Well, you did what you could.
Can we make sure he didn't come by here last night, did he?
What do you mean? He was yelling last night. Yeah. The guy's yelling from the other side of the door.
Yeah.
I'll piss off, and I'm not opening that door. Probably get shot. Damn right you'd get shot. Open up the door and find out. I'll break it down. He starts throwing his shoulder into it, but it's not really budging.
While this guy's yelling, I'll check. I'll stick my head in all these other rooms up here, the empty ones that we know of.
Yeah. Give me perception roll.
Perception. Oh my god. There it is. Ooh, that's bad. Nope.
Okay. The dwarf is like huffing and puffing and just keeps throwing himself against the door, which doesn't seem to be giving. That door seems way more reinforced than the other ones in here. You do, regardless of your terrible roll, see one of the last doors you open, you see like some boots sticking out from behind a bed, little dwarf-sized feet. And as I assume you go look, there's a dwarf laying there, alive but unconscious.
Does he have a problem with his throat like all the other diseased people apparently do?
Yeah, his neck looks kind of bruised.
All right. I'll give him a little poke with my club, just to kind of like roust him.
He kind of like lets out a little groan, but he is definitely unconscious.
Okay. I'll stick my head back in the hall and say, I found your brother.
What? Where is he? He runs over to where you are because, where else is he going to go?
He looks like he's got some... He's unconscious, and he looks like he might be sick.
Is anyone else in there now? Anyone who's there, give me a perception.
I'm gonna keep a wide berth from Dave and this plague he's discovered.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
I went in, but then I backed out.
That makes sense. Who is there besides? Is it just you two?
And Dirk.
Oh, okay. Oh, Dirk's with. Gotcha. Dirk, give me a perception check.
Okay, give me a sec.
I know, you gotta get all the way back over to this window. It's hard.
No, I gotta find it. I'm not good with the alphabet.
Yeah, that's my big problem. You get that skill and like 42 buttons come up.
That's true. The alphabet is hard. Yeah, okay. There he is, laying there.
Nobody sees the monster in the room.
Oh, Andrew, you give me a perception check too. You're there.
Yeah. I'm very perceptive every time we try.
Yeah, you're really good. Wow. You didn't see anything because you were so scared about getting sick.
I wasn't really looking.
All right, well, the guy, the dwarf runs in. He's like, give me a hand with my brother. We got to get him downstairs.
Get him to where?
Maybe we should just...
My room. At least let me... if it doesn't look like you're going to help, he just tries to get him in the bed.
Yeah, I'll help.
Okay. All right, Dave has touched the plagued dwarf. Let it be
You
noted.
know, I used I covered my hands.
I do this sign of Sigmar as I
I will-
watch Dave go down
oh.
the stairs.
Little face mask thing going on.
Hey, Dave. Oh, you don't have
Yeah.
heal, do you? Never mind.
Am I supposed to?
Nope. All right, you help carry the guy downstairs.
Yeah, I can't tell anything about him. I don't have heal.
They come back down. Or at least Dave and the dwarf do. I don't know what Andrew's doing. And Dirk.
Well, once they're in the room, then I'll go back to our room.
Okay. The guy's cursing about how clearly the elf did this.
I'll help set him up. Maybe now that I'm in the room, can I get a better look at the boxes?
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely the stuff Rudy told you about.
Okay.
If the dwarfs die, we're like pretty much done on our mission, so that's good.
But we never find out who's supposed to come meet them, and we never will, being barricaded in.
All right, so he lays his brother down on the bed, and he's like, getting water and making a cool thing for his head. He's like, oh, he's really not that hot. That's weird. But definitely the dude's like unconscious.
I'll throw the windows open. We got to get some clean air in here too.
Yeah, that works. What are the rest of you doing? If anything.
I'm ready to go to the basement with everyone but Bernard.
That sounds good to me. I don't want to get near these sickos.
Yeah, basement time.
You're in a building full of them, by the way.
We're going to need some sort of torches or something. I don't have anything like that. But there must be candles or something in the room, right? And I know from movies and shows, if you light one candle, it illuminates just goddamn near everything.
Your buddy Gino will give you a lantern if you want one.
Okay.
All right, are we ready to do plan basement then?
Sure.
I would also like to ask Gino if he happens to know if everyone that died of mysterious neck disease had issues or could have had issues with our friend the elf on the top floor.
No, he's kind of, he mostly keeps to himself, and not too many people ever even talk to him.
Okay.
Dwarves yell at him mostly.
The people who have been afflicted by the illness are just sporadically throughout the building. It's not like I know our room was bad. But is it specific rooms or no idea?
Yeah, it was this room and this room and this. Like, he lists all the rooms because he doesn't understand what you're asking. Right. But when he does, like, you don't detect a pattern to him. It's not like all on the fourth floor, all on the right side of the building.
I detect a pattern. No, I don't detect anything. Or maybe I do. All right. And if he has a lantern or something we can borrow to check out the basement, I'll see if I can
you make up your own pattern. All right, yeah. He'll get you a lantern. He's like, you find a way out. You're not just going to leave me here, are you?
No, I'm going to come back with food for you.
Yeah, some rats or maybe a dog. Yeah,
there are a lot of dogs around that I can get. How fresh do they need to be?
I'm not picky.
Good chance we can find you some dogs.
As you start heading down to the basement, down the stairway, like, the smell of it hits you as you go down. Definitely like mold, stagnant water. And as you kind of reach the landing of the next floor down, the water's like just about up to your knees here.
Awesome.
And like shining the lantern ahead, you're seeing like heaps of just like old dirty laundry, like some festering mattresses, crates stacked up with like nothing in them really. It just looks like garbage down here. It's almost like a maze of garbage. And you're like, you see rusty nails like scattered around. So you're like stepping carefully as you go to make sure you're not stepping on nails and shit like that. It's not nice down here.
Just like home.
And you're going to kind of explore around, see if you find a way out of here.
Uh-huh.
For sure, you don't see any windows down here because it is dark. Give me a roll of something. Let me think here for a minute.
Outdoor survival. Haggle. Consume alcohol.
How about navigation?
I don't know what that is.
This place is kind of like a hoarder's dream basement. So it's like a lot of little twisty passages and dead ends that are maze-like. That's pretty good. +3. That's pretty good. I don't know what to make of that yet, though. Hold on.
Just gotta find the lever that drains the water and then go back through all the places and find the new place. I've done this before.
Yeah, and then the elevator, that leads to the shortcut. You're all kind of walking around together down here. Is that correct? Everybody? Hey there, everybody.
Sure.
Yeah.
I guess not me.
Oh, you weren't? You can.
You just be in the back, far away from us. The strategic, rear guard.
Yeah, I'm strategic rear guard.
Rear guard, way back there.
I'm behind you guys 100%.
Way behind. All right. You guys are kind of picking your way through the basement, getting turned around a lot, but Griff seems to be able to kind of keep track of where you've been, where you haven't, as you're going around down here.
Somehow, some way, Griff is on it.
Well, he's just, he's got the innate direction sense and can tell where you've been and making your way around. You're kind of like, you find yourself, you find like a wall and you go around the wall as best you can because you're like trying to see like tunnels out of here along one of the walls or stairs up somewhere else or stuff like that. You do find in one corner of the basement it looks like maybe someone's been living here. There's like a pile of bloody sheets. There's like a mirror standing in the corner. There's what kind of looks like a bed, like the least.
Is it still in a bunch of standing water or no?
This has been kind of like put up on top of some crates, so it's out of the water.
Okay.
There's like a mirror set up down there, which is like the one thing in here that seems to maybe have any value at all. Like angled so that you can look at yourself while you're like laying on your bed of bloody sheets or whatever. Like it's still gross down here. You wouldn't want to live here, but there's like a pile of candles near it. None of them are lit. It just that's it. Like you've made your way kind of around the basement over the course of, I don't know, probably an hour. And you peeking and poking, unless there's like a well-disguised secret door. You're not seeing that there's any way out of here. You've probably heard plenty of rats squeak by. But unless you have a clever trap for them, you're not going to be getting any of them. It's not like they run up to bite you.
Do the rats have bruised necks?
You'd have to catch one and get a good look.
They have little flippers to help them swim through the water.
No, I think rats can just kind of do that. But often they're probably on the walls or the shelving or the crates or the, whatever.
I want to go check out this mirror.
Okay.
What condition is it in? Is it nice?
It looks like someone has done their best to polish it. It's nicer than anything down here. And it's not like glass. It's like a silver mirror,
Yeah.
Like polished silver.
if I look in it, does everything look normal?
Okay. You see your own reflection, if that's what you're asking, and it doesn't look like a demon staring back or anything. Is that kind of what you were getting at?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it a magical portal? Can I walk through it?
Yeah, I touch it. Touch the surface of the mirror.
Yeah, it's a mirror. It's solid.
Damn.
How big is this thing? Could I pick it up?
How does it know what to reflect?
Right.
No, it is. It's kind of like a stand. No, it's probably like almost
Can you flip it around?
human
One of
sized.
those kind of mirrors.
Like a full body mirror.
Yeah, it's
Can
like a
you
full
flip it
body mirror.
over?
I don't know how that works. Like, I don't really know how silver. Is it just polished, and that's why you can see yourself in it? The silver mirrors.
That's
Yeah.
right. Vampires
It's
Like
don't
the
do that.
surface, right?
Highly polished.
So the other side's probably not polished. It's probably decorated, maybe. I don't know. I'm trying to Googling antique silver mirror. I got nothing. Nope, those are not. Whatever. No, it's just kind of like the other side is kind of like the bracing, like where the stand like goes. It's not a nice like flip it around on a swivel mirror or anything.
Oh.
So yes, the
I
basement.
don't think there's another way out of here.
Not a lot down there.
And while this area might be key to the plot of this module, Griff isn't particularly interested in it, so he's ready to go.
Say we take this mirror with us. Somebody give me a hand.
Well, I mean, hold up there. Like when you
If
say
someone
take
is
it with
staying
us,
down here, we should stake off the stairs and see who it is. Then beat him up or whatever.
I mean, I think we can probably come back at it when we're able to leave. But where are we going to keep it in the barracks that we're in?
We'll keep it in our room upstairs.
For everyone to use.
Oh. We gotta check our necks, right? It'll be our examination mirror.
There you go. Probably two people could easily haul it out of here. It's not super heavy. It's just awkward.
Come on, Bernard, help me out.
I didn't think you wanted me over there.
Oh, you're right. Anyone else?
Burn.
It'll be my way to get out of work from now on. You don't want to be near me.
It'd be worth something if we ever get out of here.
Well, like I said, I don't want to have to keep an eye on it while we're in here. So when I would go down and get it once we're able to get out, once quarantine's lifted. But until then, I don't want to be dragging this around for what could be days. And we know where it's at. Probably if it goes anywhere, and we know we can probably get out as well. So we should be able to find that. I think we just keep it where it is for now. So the question is, who is living down here? Because obviously, it seems like there's not supposed to be anybody living down here. It could be the root of the plague.
True.
Well, I will on the way back. I will find a sack or something and try my luck at catching a rat or two for my buddy.
Hey, give me a.
Probably fail miserably.
Just give me a melee check, and also a navigation check.
Oh, I navigated the hell out of this place. I'm good. A melee basic or just a melee check?
Whatever. I don't know. Pick. I'm giving you basically like a combat check to see if you can
Oh,
get around.
not great.
Oh, they're too fast for you. It's hard to get around in here quickly. I will take another navigation check, though, sir.
I mean, if someone else wants to lead us out of here, that's cool. I did the heavy lifting. We'll get there eventually.
You take a few wrong turns on the way out, but you're moving in generally the right direction. At one point, you do come across what's definitely the body of a decomposing human down here. That's probably, based on the fact that it's in water and there's rats everywhere, it's not in good shape, but it's probably based on the fact that you can still make out some parts of it. Only been a day or two.
Interesting.
It's
Does he
just
have
kinda-
loot that we should have?
You want to go touch the body?
Yeah, I'm sure the rats ate all the plague.
Yeah, go up there and give me a. Well, you don't really need to roll.
A loot check?
You're gonna get up. Well, I was gonna say perception, but you're just getting in there, right? You're not like judging from afar.
Yeah. I'm gonna dig down deep.
Based on the clothing, it seems to be someone who's pretty poor and lives in the slums. There is a coin pouch with a big old 4 brass pennies in it.
Oh yeah. I'll see that these get to their rightful owner. That's it though.
That's it.
He doesn't have like a halberd or anything.
No,
Like a halberd.
he barely has bones. Well, he's got bones, but like most of the flesh has been eaten off at this point.
All right. I do my best impression of Trent doing some sort of Sigmar prayer to the dead for this poor dude.
Give me an acting roll.
And
Is that even a skill you can just have?
art, entertain.
Do fellowship. It's probably fellowship default. Oh, entertain. That'd work. Yeah, entertain.
That's going to be the same. So.
I think you're supposed to pick a type of entertainment, but
Yeah.
yeah,
I don't think I got all the words right.
It's
I have entertainment sing.
It's barely recognizable what you're even trying to do, but yeah. The word Sigmar at the end probably is the only clue.
Oh, I think Sigmar's in there a lot.
Is there any kind of distinguishing marks on this guy? I mean, or person? Is it obvious you said it was obvious he's human?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the size and shape is definitely human. The clothing definitely makes them look like someone who was living in the slums, possibly even on the streets. But I mean,
you got dark hair.
There's not much flesh left at this point.
Okay.
Yeah,
right.
dark hair.
Okay.
Unkempt, but then again, they've been laying in stagnant water, so
sure.
They weren't like down and submerged in it though. They were kind of like propped up against a crate, like halfway on it. Seems like a really awkward position to die in.
Probably the guy from that other room and he just tripped or something.
Probably.
All right.
You do find your way back out.
My plan is going to be to jump from one building to the next. That can't be too hard.
Yeah.
And then I just have to lie in wait on Rudy's route and kill him. And then we win.
All right, this is super random, but is the concept of a vampire known to us?
Oh, certainly. There's a famous Blood Bowl team that has vampires on it that play in the sport.
Is Blood Bowl fantasy or 40K?
It's fantasy.
It's fantasy.
Really?
Yep.
Huh.
Yeah, my character is named after one of the star players.
Huh. Yeah. I mean, I don't know that you'd know anything specific other than what you might just decide to guess, but yeah.
Do I think they can see their reflection?
No. Definitely the mythology is very similar. Reflection, garlic, silver.
Stake through the heart, silver. Yeah, see?
Stake through the heart.
All right, guys, we need this mirror for reals. It could be vampires.
I mean, if it was the guy that was down there, if that's who was living there, it didn't help him.
He didn't use it strategically.
I guess after we found that guy, I'll be more mindful of like maybe bone pieces or something, just like more evidence of dead people in the water on our way back.
Gotcha. So the way, just so you have a picture of what I was thinking, you were not like 100% searching this entire basement. You were looking for what
No,
you would
I'm
think would be tunnels
yeah.
or something out. So you were
Yeah.
mostly going around the outer walls and finding your way, which probably covered a good 60% of the basement, probably, as you wove through stuff. But to like really do a full search of the thing, like that would take a long time, just given how well, not like weeks or anything, but more than an hour for sure, given all the dead ends and how carefully you have to move.
Yeah.
But yeah, for sure, this was the only dead body or dead body parts you found. You come back up and
Well, I need to know
Cheetah?
if we're taking this mirror or not.
oh, yeah. What was happening with the mirror?
I want somebody to help me carry it back up to where we're staying.
I would, but I have to carry my shield and my axe.
How likely do I think it would break if I carried it myself?
Not very. You're definitely gonna be like dragging it through the sewage. Well, essentially, but
And then up 5 flights of stairs.
it's not real heavy. So if you're going slow, you lift it up a stair, you step. You
I
lift it up
don't
a stair, you
understand
step.
the logic, but I will help you carry it up.
All right, thank you.
It's the logic is he's
No.
a klepto.
You know
and
it's
he
going to be worth
roped
it
you
later.
into his kleptoness.
It's going to be
Gino
some sort of set piece later where it's gonna be huge.
Gino looks at you when you guys come up, and you're tracking like dirty water on up here, and he looks at you and he's like, "Rats!" And he just sees the mirror. And he's like, "No rats."
There's a dead body down there. Looked like a street urchin.
Not that hungry yet.
Might have been staying there for a while. Looked like they'd made a little bedding area for themselves.
Gross.
I'll describe it as best I can and say, he's only been dead for like a day or so. That's what you said, right? A day?
I mean, yeah, it's hard to judge. A couple days maybe. You're not really sure at what rate, rats would eat a dead body down there, but given the number of rats you saw, you'd think it'd be pretty quick.
Okay. I'll try to give a general description, see if he recognizes the person.
Yeah, we got clothes probably, right?
Small human. I don't know, slim.
You don't know Slim?
He's calling you. He's calling you slim.
Oh, okay. All right.
All right, so the basement was a bust. Maybe if we get access to the roof, then something.
All right, so you haul your mirror upstairs, I assume.
Yeah.
Okay. And then
Third dwarf friend, is he in his room?
yeah,
Closed in his room.
his door's closed at this point, but you hear him in there.
Swearing, or does he cool down a bit?
I don't know. You gonna go talk to him? I mean, his door's closed. You don't.
No, I was just curious if I could hear him.
Oh no, he's not. He's not like cursing through the up a floor. You can tell he's in there. You hear him moving around sometimes.
Should we could go arrest him now. I don't know. What do you want to do now? I was told I can jump out this window to another building. Maybe.
It's possible. Bernard has firsthand knowledge that
Jumpers will get shot as well.
yeah,
Oh,
people. But maybe they'll miss you, or maybe they won't see you. Who can say?
Yeah, we'll need a distraction. So I'll push Rocco out the window, and then we'll look at him on the ground. I'm gone.
That'd probably work.
You don't have to run the fastest.
Well,
You just have to
there's
run
lots of
fast.
other people we could push out a window.
It's True. There's a whole
All right,
building
if we
full of
can't
people.
get out, I guess maybe we're supposed to solve this murder mystery. I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, you could probably make the jump. It's just you're probably going to get seen, at least during the day.
Right. My issue is, I have a resolve to make the jump, and I have a resolve to shoot Rudy in the head, but then I don't have a resolve to make the jump back into the building. I need 3. I only have 2.
Yeah.
You don't have to come back. You just have to say you were in there when they boarded it up, right? I mean, that's
Well,
totally.
I need to be in
100%
there
honest.
when they unboard it up.
Yeah, the alibi doesn't work if he's not there.
Well, while you figure that out, I'll find Trent, and I'll ask him if he thinks that he could maybe look at the doctor. Another pair of hands to help with that might be beneficial.
Yeah,
I'll ask Trent if Sigmar will protect me from diseases. My true god.
I think there's something in the disease section about a successful heal check will protect you from disease.
There is. So which order do you want it? Trying to treat or the prevent myself from getting?
You'd probably want to start with that one first.
Well, start with that one because I don't even know who you're trying to treat yet. Either way, that would be the make sense order. Protect yourself and then try to treat the diseased person.
Okay, so technically me and 3 others, or 2 others.
He talks you through the precautions you can take should you wish to help.
All right.
Each SL also prevents one other character encountering the patient that day from catching the disease.
He has enough material to make you a few masks to wear and teaches you about washing your hands and where to touch and not to touch. And
Standing 6 feet away from
And then I guess I'm going to go try and see if the doctor needs treated. The doctor on floor 2.
Yeah, 3 it turns out because
Yeah, okay.
Depends what country you're in. Yeah.
We couldn't find the doctor.
So-
the whole floor.
What we've learned is alphabet is hard for me, floors is hard for Garrett.
Listen, first floor is ground floor. That's the way it should be. But in every single Warhammer product, first floor is second floor.
Because that's the English way.
I can go help with my medicine knowledge too.
All right, so I take my N95 mask that Trent made us all.
Yeah.
And,
is the doctor actually sick with a disease?
So you get to where the doctor is. She is laying on a cot, sweating profusely, barely conscious.
Okay, yes.
Like sweating through her clothes. Her eyes are glassy, skin's really pale. Her neck is bruised, dark purple. And she's just laying there wheezing. She doesn't really seem aware you're there.
Oh, that actually, it took it as a roll against itself. Whatever.
You're trying to help her out.
Yeah. So, if administering to someone who has disease, successful heal test ensures you don't contract it. Okay. For each full day the patient spends resting under your care, the duration of the disease is reduced by 1 to a minimum of 1.
So, in the immediate term,
I guess all I'm doing is I'm just cutting the time in half for doing it successfully.
She also comes to a little bit while you're treating her, and kind of points towards the foot of her bed, and she's like, "My diary," and then passes out because dramatic.
Yep. I'll grab the diary and look through it.
There is a bag at the foot of her bed.
I'll grab the bag.
It does not have a diary in it.
Perhaps she writes her notes down on ribbons or something.
Definitely seems to be where she was pointing, and in fact, you see a capped up ink bottle and quill in there.
Perhaps it fell under the bed. Perhaps no one has taken it at all.
Yeah, I'll help him search.
Would you like us to roll for this search, or just tell us we can't find it?
No, you can make perception roll.
I don't do that one. I look for clues.
Well, it's not in the bag.
Right. Well,
But
there's ink and a quill in there. She can just write that shit down again. Wake her up.
Yeah. There you go. Probably in 1 day less time, she'll be ready to do that.
1 day less time per day.
You, let's see here. God, I really miss this. Not just bypass test dialogue. That's what it's supposed to do. Maybe the checkbox is backwards. Nope. Sure wasn't. Well, that was only 2 people. Cool. No. So you do not see the bag. There are a bunch of people kind of gathered around you, not like right at her bed. They're keeping their distance because they're not crazy. Mostly kids, kind of watching what's going on because you're on the orphanage floor. But you do not see the book.
What color do I think it was?
Yeah, I don't have an answer for that.
I will turn to the kids and say, does anybody know where the book she had in her bag is?
Give me a charm test.
Come on.
Come on.
Somebody else to do it.
Dave, your party doesn't talk.
That's true.
Except when they do.
Good,
To be fair, you guys talk way more in this than in Hackmaster, but there's way more reason to.
I'm good with kids.
Me too.
Yeah. Let's see. Plus 40 you would have had on that. Yeah, okay, that'll work.
Oh, that was easy. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I didn't tell you that though. So they might have seen someone rummaging around through the bag, and then after you kind of press them on a little bit with your success there, they say, it was probably Trinity, which is this tiny little 2-year-old who doesn't really understand about, stealing and all that. Likes to grab things and take them.
Well, where is Trinity here?
Looking around, no.
Where do you guys know where Trinity keeps all the stuff she takes? Is it she or he?
It's a she. She.
Okay.
Did I describe that little kid to you in the beginning as a Shia? Or did I not really say one way or the other?
You didn't say what it was.
Yeah, it was a little girl. Yeah, they point towards the exact hole that Rocco had interacted with the kid in earlier. She likes to crawl around in there.
Well, we're looking for a book. And if it's the book we're looking for, I would be happy to pay whoever brings it to me 1 silver shilling.
The kids all take off.
How have you not been robbed yet?
Every book in the building is about to show up at your feet.
I honestly, Griff is hoping he tries to be robbed. But he's not really motivated by money.
Yeah.
See, you can get them to do your work for you. And I'll just sit down in a chair and wait.
You actually hear kids running all over on this floor and the floor above, and they're shouting, and it quickly becomes apparent the kid is moving around through the walls, in the crawl spaces.
I pull out my motion detector.
Which you guys definitely couldn't fit in, but these kids could. And this probably goes on for an hour until finally one kid comes running up to you with the book, gets body checked by another kid who picks up the book after the other one drops it and brings it up to you. And
let me see if this is the book.
Panting and out of breath, hands it to you. Can you read?
And then I will say,
Is that a skill?
hey, can anybody read?
Talent, but yes.
Rocco can read.
I can.
Talent? No.
Talent, read right.
If I have a handout for this. I think I do. Let me figure out what this book says, damn it. You'd think that would be easy to find. Is it seriously just... All right, give me 1 sec. I'm going to have to... I know what I think it says, but I want to make sure I'm not doing something dumb.
Well, assuming it is then the actual book.
It is the book.
I will give the child 1 silver and say, excellent body check, buddy. And then I will say, as I grab 15, 16, 17 brass pennies out of my other pouch, now we need the room, and I'll just throw them down the stairwell.
That'll work. They weren't getting too close into this particular room anyway because plague. But they'll keep their distance now. Why can I not find this? I'll just have to do it in my own words, I guess. 1 more second though. You know what? Good time for a bathroom check. Everyone take 3 minutes or something. Or don't, whatever. Who do you?
Okay.
I'm also interested in the body checking kid's name because he could be going places. Maybe I need a protege.
Oh, now I remember. Okay. That's okay. This will give me a chance to brush up on this.
I really like that Griff is going to be convinced that literally everything that we do is a trap from our supervisor and nothing else, where this seems to be both, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. That's the way to do it. Okay. Well, when they're back, I'll be ready. Waiting on Adam. Bruno spec.
Yep.
Andrew. Al.
Yeah, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll get to it then. Those of you who can read determine that the book is written in Tillian, which is a language I doubt any of you have, because I don't think any of you have extra languages. But asking around, if indeed you do, certainly will be quicker. We'll just skip to it.
I have a language, but not that one. Wastelander?
Okay. No. Actually, I gotta look up what that even would be, though. I think that's Way to the East. People do recall that on the rare occasion that the elf comes out of his room, he likes to read poetry that nobody understands, but they recognize it as Tillian because it has lots of, like we can recognize French or Spanish or whatever by the sound of it. So he could perhaps translate for you.
I can go up and knock on the door unless somebody else wants to. All right. I'll head up.
With people.
You guys let me have the book so I can take it with me?
Yeah.
All right. I take the book to the door, and I knock way less forcefully than the dwarf did, and say, "Excuse me, sir. Am I to understand that you know, what was it, Tillian?"
Of course I do. What of it?
Can I get you to translate this book for us?
Why would I do that?
It is the doctor's diary. She has apparently written all of her medical knowledge into this book, and we believe it.
What doctor?
There's a doctor on the second floor.
So what?
We would like for this to be read. Could you do this, sir?
I'm out of booze. Bring me a bottle and we'll talk.
Is there any booze readily available in the building? All right. I'll head down to...
It's one of those multi-part quests, you gotta...
Yeah, I'll head down to the first floor and talk to... oh my god, I forgot the ogre's name already.
Gino.
Gino. You racist bastard.
Yeah, he's got...
He's not gonna have anything classy.
Man, do they have? Why is Foundry not coming out? There we go.
It's kind of like
Maybe
a bottle
we
of
can
grog or
get
something.
one of the guards outside to bring us the good stuff.
Well, they don't even want to come near the building.
It is true that he does not have anything classy, but that might be okay.
All right. If would he like to be paid for this? I can give him something for
Yeah,
it.
I was trying to see what the cost is. A pint of ale is 3 pennies. A bottle. Yeah, actually, a wine bottle is like. Yeah, it's like roughly a shilling. He'd probably want it. I mean, if Griff asked him, maybe.
If I what?
If Griff asked him, maybe. But definitely.
Okay.
He's like, oh, it's my very favorite bottle. It's the only one I have.
I'll find Griff and like, hey, could you maybe finagle a bottle of alcohol off of him? You could buy it from him. Yeah, that'd be perfect.
Well, he's still a shilling.
Here, I'll even give you a shilling, Griff. So.
Oh, he would have sold it to you. I was just saying, Griff he might give it for free.
Well, no, I was trying to buy it.
I misunderstood. Yeah, no, he was just grumbling about. He's just grumbling about how hungry he is and thirsty. But yeah, he'll sell it to you.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I'll give him a shilling for it. Sure.
Okay. Can't eat a shilling.
No, but when we get out of here, you're gonna eat good.
Okay. I hope you bring it to me, though. I can't really get out.
That's true. Okay. How do you normally eat?
I get food. They bring it.
Like DoorDash?
Some of the tenants bring me stuff.
Okay. All right. I'll head back up and I'll knock on the door again and tell the guy I've got got a bottle here for you.
You hear like 4 different locks click and a couple chains rattle.
The guy's been here forever, hasn't he?
He opens the door. The dude, like most elves, do not look old. This dude looks old. And he's clearly an elf, but he's an old elf. He's also pretty disheveled. Clearly on the tail end of being drunk.
All right.
He grabs the bottle from you and waves you in. And then he just kind of walks over to a chair and just plops in it, uncorks the bottle, and starts drinking right out of it.
Okay.
All right, where's this book?
I hand him the diary.
He alternates drinking and reading it. He's starts at the beginning.
Okay.
Chuckles to himself now and then. Says, humans once in a while.
It's just page after page of Warhammer Instagram posts of like, I had this for lunch.
Here's the photo.
I've drawn a sketch of the poached eggs I had this morning.
Assuming you don't hurry him along, he's probably sitting there reading it for like an hour.
I've got nothing else to do.
He's like, he probably at some point is like, what do you want to know from this?
Somewhere in there, she has some ideas about what may be causing this disease, I believe.
Yeah, maybe in the last few entries.
What disease?
The one that's running through the town.
There's a disease out there?
Yeah, apparently. Killing people.
That's too bad for
Bruising
them.
their necks.
Eventually, he gets to it, and he kind of sits forward and seems to actually take interest in what he's reading now. And he's like, pushes the book back at you, and he's like, yeah, she's probably crazy, but if she's not, I need you to go. She thinks there's a vampire in here that's like moving around through the walls and.
Oh my god! I jump up and I run down to the other room and I say, Rocco, you were fucking right. Vampires.
And she thinks it's got some sort of disease that it's transmitting every time it fights someone.
I hope it's Count von Drakenborg.
I'm going to need you to go.
Player.
I need to lock these doors back up. Good luck.
All right.
See you later.
I head out then. All right.
You hear the locks go click, 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 and the different chains going back on the door. You hear furniture being moved around in there.
Do we have jurisdiction over undead?
No.
Has anyone here killed a vampire before?
Yes,
no,
in the
but I don't
party.
know how. I mean, common story. All right. Don't vampires usually leave, like wounds in the neck where they suck your blood?
They said they all had bruised necks.
Well, that doesn't mean they had puncture wounds.
Well, we didn't get close enough to find out. Unless you want to do it.
Go investigate your dwarf friend, Mucko, or whatever his name was.
Mucko? Yeah, okay.
I mean, he may know what happened to him if he is awake.
Well, hopefully we can get the doctor up. We can't treat everybody, though, can we? We know the doctor and the dwarf are down right now. Is there anybody else that's sick in the building?
So how long were we watching on the first night?
You started watching probably around 7 p.m. The dwarf went upstairs about 4 hours later. And
so
then
the vampire, if there is such a thing, would have either had to have been invisible or already been up there.
Or it's crawling through the walls.
As soon as he said vampire, I ran out of the room to tell Rocco I didn't hear that part.
It's a kid vampire.
It is a 2-year-old vampire rummaging around in the walls.
Trinity the vampire.
Should we?
Give the
Put
kids
on our
another
watch-
shilling to take it out.
We could put our watch armbands, take over the whole building for the watch, and then in the middle of the day, we could make everybody that we see stand in front of the sunlight on one of the second or third story windows, and check them off, and then they're not a vampire.
Speaking of which, right now it's probably around. I'll say it's not that late.
And
It's
we
probably-
started at
It's
5
probably
in the
like
morning.
11. That's probably like 11 a.m. at most.
Stay drinking.
Sounds like an old elf thing to do. All right. Vampires.
Yeah,
Huh?
if the dwarf that bit it, like if he wakes up or is in any way conscious, we should see if we can ask him stuff.
Now, yeah, not everybody has died from it. Only the people in this building have taken sick have died, right? 100%
No,
dead.
plenty of people who have died. This building has had way higher
Right.
death rate. Yeah, and it seems to be. It seems like other places people got sick and then they, eventually die of disease. Here it seemed like they died more suddenly. It was typically much quicker.
Okay.
But it was more spread out here too.
Well, when you're that little, you don't need to feed every day. Okay. Were those
Is
little
it a little
vent hatches in
vampire?
every room?
Sorry, what?
Were there vent hatches in every room?
There are plenty. Probably not in every room, but yeah, there's plenty of them.
So are we thinking it's a little tiny vampire, or it's like Eugene Toombs, or like what are we thinking?
I don't know.
think it's a
It
cute
sounds like
vampire.
they're able to move about without being seen or heard. Maybe the wall would be the best way to do it.
So for sure, the younger kids who you offered a shilling to for the diary, definitely they were moving around in the walls, chasing after Trinity
Right.
earlier.
So what does a building like this have ventilation shafts for? Does it have like central air, or like what's up with that?
No, it's not really ventilation shafts. Again, there's no shafts running there.
It's just
just
badly built
Yeah.
building.
It's very badly built. In some cases, it's just like holes in the wall. But it would definitely be like interior walls where you'd have it.
Is the Empire firmly anti-vampire, or are they neutral on vampires?
No, and that'd be bad.
Oh no, they need to die.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I gotta look into why ogres are okay. That would surprise me, but because definitely orcs and goblins are bad.
Wonder how they have star players on their Blood Bowl teams then. I guess those ones are okay.
Good roll. I don't know what you're looking for though.
That was him making sure that vampires needed to die.
Oh yeah, they need to die.
How much do I know of their likely weaknesses then?
So pretty much what I'd already said. What you might know to not be true based on that roll is that you don't believe running water is actually a weakness. You are certain sunlight is a weakness. You probably
about
also
cutting their heads
know.
off?
Yeah, that usually will work. You think.
Works on both.
You're not convinced a stake is needed. Because you've heard stories of them being burned, the bodies being burned. They do seem to be able to regenerate a lot of damage, though. You think that's why silver weapons are useful, but you're not entirely clear on that.
Do we have any silver in the building except for this mirror?
You might be able to find like a fork or a spoon if you look hard enough.
Can we pulverize the mirror into powder and then like
You break it into
put it on our
shards.
door and stuff like salt?
You could break it into shards and use it as a improvised knife.
Do we
So,
know? I have a
I
question
can-
for the person with theology. How often do vampires need to feed?
Well, a lot of this would be more into lore vampire if I get too specific. But that one seems kind of general. Not you don't think they need to be like if
Like,
it's
if there was
it's a
just
vampire doing this,
this morning, like there might be nothing for 3 weeks, right?
that definitely the rate at which people are dying seems way higher than what you've heard of. Makes sense.
So maybe there's a lot more than one vampire. Maybe all of the kids. Do you want to kill all the kids just to be safe?
You've definitely seen many of these kids running around in the sunlight.
All of them, though.
I don't even know that you've seen all the kids, but no, probably
Yeah,
not.
we gotta. I think it's one of the kids.
Maybe we should ask the kids if there's some of them that don't come out in the day.
That's a good plan.
Among other things, if you guys can find it, I can help you kill it. How's that?
Everything dies if you just keep hitting it.
It's true. I always hate about this city. All the
damn vampires. Death by stereo. All right. Adam doesn't get that reference. He's too young.
He's too young.
Yeah.
Say it again. What was it?
Nope.
Oh, fine.
He's typing it into Google.
Say it again. I'm sure I'll get it.
Try to watch every movie from the 80s between now and next week, and we'll talk.
Yep. That's Kiefer Sutherland in it, and Corey Feldman, and
The Lost Boys.
Corey
Corey
Haim. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Okay. Stand corrected. The Frog Brothers. All right.
Is there a sweaty saxophone man here?
Yeah,
What's
he
up?
was here recently.
I said, is there a big shirtless sweaty saxophone player here?
Yeah.
Nope.
You should ask Craig. You should ask Craig about seeing that guy in concert, like a couple of months ago.
Is there a vent in our room or a hole in the wall in our room?
Yeah. Yeah, there is.
Well, I don't care for
How
that.
big is it?
Yeah, a kid could fit in it. A halfling could fit in it. You guys could like poke your head in it. It's the vent. The whole vent is pretty big. It's the crawl space is pretty narrow.
Is it just the one hole?
We'll go with yeah.
Okay, I want to put the mirror up against the
Yeah,
hole.
that is like such a Sierra game kind of thing you have to do for the second night or afternoon. Because
You shine the lantern into the mirror, and then or are you blocking the hole with the mirror? I'm unclear what you're saying.
The vampire won't be able to move the mirror. You see, because it's silvered.
That makes sense. All right. Well, okay, you put your mirror there. I've heard a couple things you guys are maybe doing, but
killing all the children.
I don't know what you're actually doing. I mean, work for Anakin.
We were going to ask
that reference.
Go ahead.
All right, you go, Dave.
Thought we were going to try to get some information from the kids, like who doesn't come out during the day.
All right. Give me a charm roll. Who's ever talking to the kids?
By the way, the guy that already threw a crap ton of money at him.
The entire building is going to be vampires.
Actually, before you give me a charm roll, you get down there and a like middle-aged woman, kind of tough looking. Wait, do I have a thing for her? Here, let's throw her on here so you can see what she looks like. That's a weird, whatever. She kind of comes stomping out when you guys come back down there, and she's like, "What did you do? You paid the kids to go beat up Trinity?"
That's not at all what we did.
I'll just start laughing.
Get out of here. Leave these kids alone.
Better watch yourself or we'll arrest you.
Have you actually put on your armband?
Not yet, but I have it ready.
Just looking at you confused.
You heard me. I do have my shield and my axe, and I'm a pretty scary looking asshole.
Oh, that's true. If you're all armed and looking ready to do damage, I was gonna say she's gonna roll up her sleeves and look at you menacingly, but I guess not if you're armed.
Do you know if any of your children are evil?
Listen, they might not all follow all the rules perfectly, but none of those kids are bad.
Are there any of them that sleep all day?
Oh, they barely sleep at all.
I'm going to start looking at all the children I can see and determine if any of them look like vampires.
What does a vampire look like?
Well, you know, pale, and they usually have those high collars and capes.
Give me a perception roll.
You know I don't do those.
The high collar and the cape. Maybe just some fangs with blood. You know, I saw you roll, but there it is. You don't see anyone wearing capes with high collars, nor do any of them appear especially pale or.
I'm trying to do like the Larry David stare down at each child.
Whereas most of the kids probably would normally run away from you, right now they're all just kind of standing there watching you because you had offered money before, and they're really hoping that happens again.
Well, Dave can do the talking. They're supposed to be like, he doesn't do the talking. We'll talk. After I say something stupid.
I'll ask them. Hey guys, do you know anybody here that sleeps all day and only comes out at night?
Andrew, give me an intimidation check. I'm trying to get a sense for whether or not this lady is going to continue. She seems pretty grumpy. You're ignoring her and talking to the kids, but she's just kind of keeping her eye on Griff. More worried he's going to start axe murdering people than anything. Sleep all day. That old elf, he sleeps a lot. He's up a lot at night, singing and playing music, saying stuff in a weird language. Sleeps a lot during the day. Gino sleeps all the time. He's always asleep when you walk by. But I think he's just bored.
We've seen him awake during the day, though, right?
Are there windows on the main floor? Because it'd be pretty awesome if Gino turned out to be the vampire somehow.
You have seen him in sunlight. But yeah, pretty cool, actually. Oh, I wish that was it.
I am skeptical of Gino fitting into the crawlway.
Sure, if he's a vampire, he could turn into like mist or something.
It turns out on the back side of the building, there's this gigantic like ladder system. We didn't scout the building.
There's just a Kool-Aid man like type hole through the wall. That's how he does it.
You're all like, there's nothing we'll learn by scouting the building, and all the answers are on the back side of the building, and we are not allowed to go out there now. Like, it's literally painted in graffiti on the back of the wall.
It's like, what's this all about? Why are you asking everybody how they sleep?
We're just
doing a survey.
There's some weird things going on around here, and it only happens at night.
Does the lady have a high collar on and a cape?
He's wearing a hood.
That's close.
But she definitely doesn't look pale. I don't know if you're looking for that.
What time of day is it?
Not if she just tried.
You're pretty sure she would not fit in a crawl space either.
And it's 11 in the morning, right?
Yeah, give or take.
And there's a decent amount of sunlight in here. We're not standing in the darkness.
That's fair. She is standing in the sun right now. She's a strength of 60. She's a big lady.
Jesus.
Yeah. She looks like if Griff didn't have an axe, she'd give him a piece of her mind. But no, you're basically what you're coming up with. No, they other than maybe the elf. There's no one that they're like, oh yeah, they sleep a lot during the day. Like definitely none of the kids are pointing at any of the kids.
Sure. I'll let me think back to my meeting with him when I was in his room. It was daytime, wasn't it? I met him like an hour ago.
Who's he? The elf? Yeah.
No.
Yeah, there was light in there.
Yeah,
and for that matter, you see Trinity right now.
Yeah.
And in the light.
Does she look beat up?
Like a lot of bruises. Not like beaten to death or anything, but definitely pushed around. Probably got like a fat lip.
Oh no. Well,
you know, shouldn't steal a book.
What thieves and brigands have coming to them?
Okay.
I will ask the children. Well, I'll wait till Bernard's done.
Well, we could knock on all the doors, see if everybody's awake and got sunlight in their room. The only other thing I can think of is maybe there's something we missed in the basement. That sounds like
I
a good
would
place
imagine that they heard us come. The vampire in the basement heard us coming. I'm saying this all out loud in front of everyone, just so you understand. I imagine sloshing around in the water, the vampire certainly would have heard us coming and hidden.
Vampire?
Yeah, that's right.
She's kind of looking at the rest of you to judge your reaction to see if you're all just like, yep, she's going to be kind of scared. But otherwise, she's like, this dude's crazy.
Start
making the sign of Sigmar.
Yeah. And I look at her and I say, apparently the doctor thought so. And now she's
Children, gather up. Everybody to the common room.
I would make sure that they're, I don't know, all awake and all present.
Someone pokes their head from like an adjoining room. Someone say vampire? What? Before long, it starts spreading throughout the building.
Yeah.
This is how you smoke out a vampire. Let everybody know there's a vampire.
Yeah, why should we have to do all the work?
1 gold crown to whoever brings the vampire's head.
He's like, we got to tromp around and make as much noise in the basement as possible. You guys ready? Whole building down there.
I like it. What's your rally the troops score?
I don't know. What is that?
I'm a good talker. I can do it.
Is that fellowship?
It's either charm or leadership.
Leadership, probably.
Leadership if you're doing large groups like that.
Yeah, okay. I could give it a try.
I mean, if we think the vampire is down there, we could just completely seal up the stairwell, right?
Not if you can get around in the walls.
Leadership is for bossing around people who are actually your subordinates. I think it would be more charm to rile up a mob. I know there's a public speaking talent, which is based on charm.
Is it? Okay.
Is it? Because I also have the option of entertain speeches. So.
Well, that sounds cool too.
There are times it really feels like they subdivided the talents all sorts of ways you can think of.
Well, that might be. I mean, one thing might be trying to persuade people, and the other is you're telling a story. Or I don't know. I don't know what the entertains are, honestly. For those two. Specializations: acting, comedy, singing, storytelling. If speeches was on there, it's probably supposed to be storytelling.
Yeah, public speaking is influence a certain number of people with your charm skill.
So, I mean, what is it you'd even be trying to do, if indeed you are trying to do anything?
I don't think we want to try to, convince everybody they need to tromp around in the basement. That's
And yet,
I don't know.
my
I don't
class
care
gives
how much
entertain
convincing you do.
speeches.
I don't care how much convincing you try. You're probably not going to convince people to go down there if they think there's something bad down there. Well, I'll ask the ogre how often people go down to the basement. When's the last? Well, I guess he's never been down there, has he?
No, no one goes down there. It's like gross.
I think we missed something on our first pass of the basement. Do we think going again would help?
We're not here for vampires. We're here to arrest the dwarves.
Well, we could do that after we make sure not everybody dies from the vampires, including us.
I mean, look at how many people are in here. What are the odds they're going to come after us?
Well, like 100% since you told everybody there's a vampire. The doctor thought there was a vampire. The doctor was attacked. You've told everybody there's a vampire.
Yeah, now it doesn't matter. Now the secret's out.
So it's going to kill everybody. Thanks to
That's
you.
fine. Good. I'd prefer a straight up fight.
I don't think you're going to get a straight up fight.
Unless
you go looking for it.
So the quarantine will end when people stop turning up sick and dead.
Which means everybody has to die for you to get out of here, including you.
How do they know? How do they know that? We just tell them nobody's died for 3 days. Open up.
Well, if anybody still seems to be sick, they're not letting anyone out.
Sure.
I guess you could tie those people up so they can't find them. I'm sure there are ways. But no, based on Dave's thing, eventually, after they think it's kind of burned itself out, they do send in the Sisters of Shalia, I believe they're called. It's essentially volunteer nurses, essentially.
Smart book types write up some notes we can throw out that explain that there's a vampire in here.
Yeah, because that's a great way to convince the people to drop quarantine is have the people inside the quarantine claim, oh no, it's not a real sickness. It's a vampire.
Hey, we're official members of the Watch. We have authority here. Apparently. I mean, I'll write the notes myself.
You can't read and write.
Draw pictures of vampires. It'll be clear.
I look forward to that note.
I know where there's a quill and some ink too. I'll go work on that.
All right. I look forward to seeing that note. Anyone else doing anything? As it slowly moves towards the night.
Let's see. So if this is it's probably a really good time for a vampire to attack, the coming night.
Well, I mean, you got hours. I'm just, if you're not doing anything, I'll move it along.
Maybe I'll just go to sleep so I'm awake for nighttime.
That's true. You guys probably are starting to get a little tired.
Yeah. I think we'd like to sleep in shifts, maybe.
Yeah, let's do that.
Or we could just sleep all day, and then everybody will think we're vampires.
Shifts sound better.
Everyone's pretty on edge as word of vampires spreads. The dwarf never really seems to come out of his room. He's looking after his brother. You don't see the elf ever come out. You guys are up in your room?
I think one or two of us should stay with the doctor.
Yeah, I probably will for the most part.
Just make that our room too.
I can. I'll stay down there with the doctor with you.
Hey, Eric, give me a heal roll. If you want. So if you're being by the doctor. It's not for treating, it's more for observing.
All right.
Based on that roll and what you've heard from what she read, if it's correct, and this is something like the vampire is transmitting, you believe it probably is blood rot, which you know is not really transmissible other than by like getting their blood in your blood. So you're not too worried at this point about like getting infected, being near someone who's sick. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Unless you're directly, doing surgery on them, or they bite you or something.
Yeah.
None of you have any idea how vampires make more vampires. But from everything you've heard so far from people who have like died in here, people just die. It's not like people go missing for the most part. So I don't know if it had been a concern. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe now it is. But you're not like expecting she's just going to sit up and start killing people. You don't think that's how it works based on what you've heard or what you've seen so far. But you don't really know exactly what the process is. Either way, she's in the light right now, so there's that.
Okay. I'll doze while he's ministering, and then hopefully we'll have enough people up tonight.
Okay. So I'll fast forward time a bit. You guys are probably getting hungry at some point. Gino will share a little food with you because he likes Griff, and the rest of you are okay. A lot of people are grumbling about, and it's like food that Gino wouldn't even really eat. It's like nuts and stuff like that. Just like some dried goods he had. A lot of people are grumbling they don't have a ton of food. Yeah, okay. Just put that on paper and throw it out the window.
Well, I'm gonna make like 3 of them and
Uh-huh.
tie them to rocks or whatever, something like a book or whatever, and throw them down on different sides of the building.
It's really too bad. I gotta capture this for all time. Plus the one viewer needs to see it.
Awesome.
It looked like we had 2 viewers earlier.
Oh wow. Well, I'm sure one was a bot. So.
And they gave up.
Player created stuff. Sure, you guys have full access to this. Oops. Should all be owners of this. I'm going to add that.
Yeah, and I will take a nap.
Where'd you put it?
I'm working on it. I find a place to put the file.
Oh, there it is. Player created stuff.
Plus, this will be fun to look back on sometime. Riffs. Vampire drawing. All right. Image source. World Warhammer. There we go.
Nice.
All right. There it is. Beautiful. I don't know how they. I feel like the arrow is the important part, so that they can really
Then later,
know what to focus
be
on.
like, didn't you guys get my letter?
Yeah. All right. So you guys got some sleep when you could. You're not like super refreshed, but you're not fatigued. It's probably getting sunset. 9 p.m. or so. What you doing now? Just staying holed up in the room for the night, or?
That's
Or
my
2
plan.
rooms.
All right.
I think maybe somebody should go check on that dwarf.
Out of the 5 of us, who has like the most attractive neck?
I got a big muscly one. Is that attractive?
I don't know, maybe.
Maybe it should be thin and willowy. It's hard to say. All right. Well, unless
when
someone.
I'm done sleeping, I'll check in with Trent and see, what's the plan.
Don't go anywhere alone.
Is Trent staying downstairs with the doctor?
Yeah.
Okay.
Trent and
Everyone
I were in the doctor's room.
Oh, you were down there too. Okay.
That's where I will go.
Okay. So that leaves Rocco and Dirk upstairs.
Sounds
Yep.
good.
Okay. And you guys are like taking watches throughout the night, I assume?
Yeah,
And you're keeping your silver mirror in front of the
correct.
bed. All right.
Yes.
Morning eventually comes.
Does the
Nothing.
doctor look any better?
Nothing. Yeah, probably a little bit. Coming like into consciousness now and then, and I suppose I could technically just make an endurance roll for him. Yeah, looking a little better. They're still out of it, but occasionally, is semi-lucid. Says the word vampire a few times. Walls, basement.
Yeah, the vampire's in the basement, guys. Pretty sure. And now that it's morning, probably a better time to go back and check.
And now that Trent has a good feel what's going on, like pretty sure this doctor will be okay in a few more days, probably. Or getting eaten by a vampire or something.
Unless they reattack.
Morning, people are opening their doors again and talking, once the sun's out. The people eventually notice the Pooh family, the Pooh merchants haven't come out. They go knocking on the door, and both of them are in there unconscious, bruised necks.
Weaklings.
Yeah. So now what?
All right, guys. I think we need to check out the basement.
Yep.
You hear some yelling outside. And if you look out the window, you see Rudy's out there. He's yelling. He's probably yelling for, I don't know, which one of you does he hate? Griff. He's yelling for Griff. Griff, you still alive in there?
I guess I will find the second story window closest to there.
Uh-huh. Oh, you're still alive. That's such a
Hey,
relief.
what's up, boss? Yeah, everything's going fine in here.
Yeah, good. I'm glad you guys are all okay in there. Yeah,
I appreciate it, buddy.
quarantine. Looks like quarantine's going to be a little longer.
I had a feeling it might be.
Yeah, and we just can't risk anybody by bringing food or water into you guys. You understand. Hope you're okay in there.
Yeah, I guess check back with us tomorrow, I guess.
Yep. You stay strong. Stay strong.
You too.
Take care of those orphans in there. Tell Trent to really watch out for him.
You got it.
All right.
It's a good chance this is going to end with Griff shooting him in the face, and that'll be it for Griff. But boy, will it be satisfying.
I like to imagine him jumping out the window, diving, and death from above him. With a resolve point, of course.
You guys got my note, right?
Oh yeah. He holds it up. He's like, "It's not really sure what you were going for here."
It's not the plague, it's blood rot. There's a vampire in here. Don't
Oh,
worry,
really?
we'll get him. Yeah.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, we don't need luck. We're on it.
He crumples up your drawing, shoves it in his pocket. Are there
other people around here?
He folds up your drawing and shoves it in his pocket. There were other ones that got out. When you threw that, you probably saw guards go pick him up. Like it wasn't. He's like, "Yep, I'll make sure I hang this in the barracks when you don't come back, so everyone remembers you and your sacrifice."
Thank you.
Were there other guards around that heard this comment he just made out the window?
Yeah.
Okay. How did they react to the sound of there's a vampire in here?
Most people, they don't really believe it, but it's not like they're like, child's tales. You know what I mean?
Not impossible, but vampires are pretty rare, especially in cities.
Yeah, and so they kind of look at Rudy to judge his reaction, and he's just like clearly not taking it seriously. But a few of them probably look a little more nervous, and others are like, yeah, whatever. They'll say whatever they can to get out of there. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
There's a mix of reactions. Doesn't really change what their job is right now. If you yell that to a witch hunter, it might make this whole place go on fire. But
when I get out of here, I'm going to start a restaurant.
Right here?
My
over the flooded basement.
Big wish was to start a restaurant when I'm done with the watch.
Yeah. All right. What are you guys doing?
Getting ready to go to the basement.
All right. Let's go to the basement. Are you going back to where you found bedding, or are you looking around elsewhere? What are you doing?
I think we should look around elsewhere. I'm not going to assume I know vampires sleep in coffins or whatever, or anything like that. I kind of defer to Trent. Like, where would be the best place to find a vampire in a basement?
I don't know.
Trent,
they're in a basement. If we find someone down there, we kill them.
I'm sure he's not a plan.
Do what?
Sounds like a plan I would make.
Kill them all.
Kill them all.
I don't know about kill them all, but we've been told no one goes in the basement. So if we find someone there, I think we're pretty safe in that assumption.
Right.
Well, for sure the word's been you guys haven't been keeping this secret, so for sure the word's been spreading around vampire basement, whatever. Nobody at this point wants to go in the basement. Certainly no one's volunteering to go with you.
Yep. All right, let's head down.
All right, so
we're gonna need more lights, like more than just one lantern. Hopefully that'll make searching a little easier.
Yeah.
You should set that mirror at the top of the stairs.
Who wants a lantern? I will give you one. Whoever has one.
All right, I'll take one.
So basically, you can carry a lantern in your offhand.
Yep.
Anyone else getting a light?
I don't have a free hand.
I'll take a lantern.
Neither do I.
Take one too.
All right, lantern. I think I just gave Dave one.
Yep.
Keep in mind, lantern does add encumbrance, unfortunately. So that might mean you want to leave something upstairs or otherwise deal with it.
I'm at 3 out of 8.
Yeah, you got plenty. Rocco's got one now, I think. Yep. And Dirk will in a moment. Yep, you got one. Somehow that did not encumber you. Weird. All right. You guys are heading to the basement. And you're... Yep. I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Were you just looking around in general, or were you going back to doing your best to get back to that nest type area, or what?
I think we can end up there, but I really think we need to take a really much better look than what we did before.
Okay. Then everybody give me a perception roll.
Game is so stupid.
You've made a few of those. Oh, are you trying to be quiet, or I guess you're blazing lanterns around, so it probably doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Actually, the way stuff's stacked up in there, the light probably doesn't go that far most of the time. Wow.
How quiet can you be?
That was just bad rolls all around.
What are you
Griff
talking
made it.
about?
Griff's the only one.
I mean, yeah, but at the same time, we're low level. Stuff being above 40
Oh, I
is
know.
impressive.
Oh, I know. I'm just surprised everybody would, go bad. Except for Griff. All right. So Griff manages to kind of lead you around and keep you from constantly going in circles and stuff. You're kind of looking around. They have a whole set of like weird random encounters that I really don't want to do down here. Like, oh, there were some rat traps and someone stepped on one. There's a loose nail. I don't care about any of that. So, you end up looking around. There's not a lot that turns out to be interesting as you're going through here. You find that one body again, which is even more eaten at this point. Rats are swarming all over it. They probably clear out a little bit as you come close with the light, but I don't know, man. They're not giving up that good meal at this point.
There's a chance to catch some of them.
And eventually you do get back to that lair. And everyone give me one more perception check.
Go Griff.
How'd Griff do? I heard his name. Dang!
2 out of 47.
Why are you complaining about this?
I got a good night's sleep. I stayed at a Holiday Inn.
That does make sense.
You can't critical on a test, can you?
This stuff based on.
No, and that would be a fumble, Dave.
Yeah. It's a marginal failure.
Why can't I roll? Turn into Dave. Just doesn't work.
Did you pop out your dialogue?
I was doing an attribute one.
Yeah. You rolled.
You are checking out the. You get back to the nest. You don't see. Did it roll? I didn't see it roll. No, I rolled it.
Yeah.
I rolled a manual D100 because I couldn't get the characteristic to roll. Hold on.
Dirk made it too.
Is there a dog in here? You guys see this, or do I need to make it visible?
Yes.
Yes, you can see. Or yes, I need to make it visible.
Where are we in this maze?
I don't know. I haven't decided yet.
And is that a second exit?
Yeah, I don't ignore this map. I just needed to grab something. Like, obviously, this isn't that much of a maze either, right?
Sure.
So it's just meant to be sort of representative. I'll throw you guys here. Oh no, it's snapping the grid. I hate it. No. Trent, Rocco, Griff, Dirk, Bernard. You guys are back at the nest. You can tell, like, things are in a different state here than when you left. But you don't see anyone.
Well, let's destroy this nest.
Yeah. Start picking through it, see if there's anything to identify them, and then just, I guess, basically just destroy it after that.
I'll pick through it with my axe.
What exactly are you destroying?
Well, you said there was crates and stuff that made the...
Oh, sure. Okay. Yeah, you're like sinking it in the water, essentially.
Yeah.
I need to make a roll. Why is that not working? S7.
So if you're a Blood Bowl team and you want to hire Count Luther von Drakenborg, the famous vampire, to play one game for you, it costs 390,000 gold pieces.
Wow.
But Crazy Igor, who is also a vampire, only costs 120,000.
Or 125.
I'm not sure how much of that is the role-playing lore and how much of that is the...
Count Luther has a strength of 5 and an agility of 4.
That's real low.
Yeah. He's got a lot of skills.
All right, Griff's smashing
That's
stuff.
the V6 game.
So this map isn't perfect, but it'll work for what we're doing. Kind of place yourselves where you think you are.
The real place is mazier than this, because this, I don't know that this would...
Yeah, no. Yeah. Again, this is just kind of a representation of what we need for an encounter. Should come up. All right. Griff starts smashing stuff. None of you had noticed up on the ceiling above a small, like, not small like childlike, but just very thin, like young woman form up there. Like the long, like hair from like The Ring, right? The girl coming out of the well. In a really dirty dress. And the reason you finally notice her is she's like directly above Griff as he's smashing stuff. And you hear her like groan, and that's what makes you look up. And she's just like looking at him like she's so hungry. She like licks her lips and like groans like she wants nothing more than to drop on him. So, that's what she does. However, that's basically everyone's surprised. That was the perception roll I was doing before to see if anyone found her up there. Which they did not, because, oh my god, her stealth.
Oh,
so Griff, I'm gonna put some. Yeah, no, you really couldn't have. It was, you were doomed.
Yeah.
She drops directly onto you.
Well, it's probably on my upswing, and I axe her in half.
No, you were not. Well, yeah, I guess.
Your amazing monk abilities.
It's, unopposed, I believe, right? For surprise.
That's my understanding.
So she drops like down onto the floor. Yeah, onto the pile of crates in the water and stuff. And just like sinks her teeth into your arm, and with a very satisfied moan, like rips away a chunk of your flesh, and the blood's like dripping down her face. And, it hurts. But it was, it ended up being 4 damage after your armor, I guess. Do you have 5 armor? Doesn't seem right. Oh, shield? Your shield probably should not have applied for that. How much?
I wouldn't think so.
How much do you get for your shield?
Those are rules.
2. I'm going to give you 2 more damage.
Okay. Found her.
Everybody, give me a cool test, because she is very frightening to behold. She's, I don't know if you can hover over her picture and see a little bit, but like covered in blood, looks definitely undead. She does not look like someone who ever was posing as one of the people upstairs. And you would like to get 2 successes. That would mean you don't have to worry about fear anymore.
So we roll twice right away, or we roll one now?
No, you roll and then your success level. Eric reroll. So everybody has it right now except Griff, it looks like.
Because he's got a big chunk out of his arm.
So one thing you can do, just so you know, a point of your resolve, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The easy one to spend can let you ignore fear for a round. But so, Griff, you're going to be at -10 to... Actually, can I just put... I put fear on you? Does that work? Actually, no. You're going to get surprise off you. Fear. Subject to fear, you suffer -1 success level on all tests to affect the source of your fear, and you cannot get closer. And if it comes closer to you, you must pass the test or gain the broken condition. Probably if you want to attack her, I'm going to have you roll again. And if she attacks you again, I'm going to have you roll again. But right now, you do not want to be close to her.
I can spend a resolve to do something for 1 round. Basically.
You can completely ignore fear for a round.
Okay.
If you end up failing the test, you get the broken condition, which is the thing where you like have to need to run away and recover. That you can spend resolve on to remove a broken condition. So, but then you're back to fear. So I don't know. You can't just remove the fear though. You can ignore it for a round, and all psychology related things, which are mostly fears, what's been come up before. Anyway, you're freaked out by this, rightfully so. A vampire just dropped on you. I mean,
and
you might be a big tough guy.
Exactly what I was expecting, but boy, was it scary.
Well, expecting it could make it worse, right? It's not something you want to have happen to you. Anyway, we're going to go to initiative. This might be the shortest combat ever. I mean, you are going to have numbers on your side here. Starting her with 2 3 advantage. Let's see.
I'm ready to go.
She is first.
Oh, it's not my turn?
Nope.
The game said it was my turn.
Yeah, I had it on you, and then I rolled initiative, but it was on you, so then it went to you, even though you're actually the last out of everybody.
Whose turn is it?
It is hers. So she looks around at all of you, and you can tell she's just got basically bloodlust. It doesn't even seem like she's looking around. She seems aware that she could be in danger here. But her gaze just is drawn back to the blood dripping down Griff's arm. And I think you want to succeed on that one. Nope. More roll. No, fumble doesn't really make sense there, but yeah. She just, again, with another moan, she like lunges forward at Griff. And I will click the button. Griff, at this point, you can defend yourself. Oh, actually,
okay.
you can make a cool test first. I take that back. Do your defense, because otherwise things are going to get screwed up, and then give me a cool test.
I got a shield. This is fine. How do I roll my shield?
You roll melee.
Yeah. With my shield, but not my axe.
No, you roll your axe. The simplified rules from Up in Arms say just do a normal attack, but you get your shield.
Well, that was my shield. I lied.
Okay. Now give me a cool test, because that might not matter, depending. And you're up to 53. That's pretty good. Okay, so
what's going to happen if I fail then?
Rather than actually defend, you're turning to run. And she basically hits you. and you gain the broken condition. You end up like fleeing.
Well, that's even worse.
Hold on. That happens even just for being attacked?
Well, if she gets closer, which
she's already right beside him.
Then I should have just made him roll twice last turn. I was giving him the benefit of the doubt here and trying to give it around, but that's why it said if he attacks her or she attacks him, I was going to have him do the roll for being closer. But yeah, there was the initial like seeing her, and then there was the fact that she dropped on him essentially. But all right, so Griff, yeah, you can spend a resolve point if you want to ignore fear, if you want, though.
For the round?
For the whole round.
Okay, so that will still get me an attack if I'm up.
So you'll have your defense and you'll get your attack. Yep.
All right, I will do that.
All right. So she lunges at you with her teeth, and you kind of stumble backwards and get your shield up in the way. And she's like scrabbling and trying to get on top of you, and like she's not biting your shield; she's actually trying to get up and around you. And you manage to keep her from connecting with your body. Dirk, you are up. I guess it's well, they're.
Is that rats?
Yeah. You do see rats like streaming out from like some of the nearby crates, even like swimming through the water even a bit. Like coming from everywhere and just like converging on you guys.
Mm.
But it is all just tiny little rats. I mean, but Griff, you are up. Or not, sorry, not Griff. Dirk, my bad.
I thought I was last.
I said the wrong word.
They're awful.
What would you like to do, Dirk? You see rats all over the place, like swarm of them. You see this, vampire desperately trying to get at Griff's neck.
She knows who the real threat is.
I think I'm going to try and attack her.
Okay. Do it.
Yeah, with like a headshot, like you do.
Okay. She has like long claw-like fingernails, and she, as you're coming in, Griff's been fending her off the side. She back swipes at you to like parry your blow, and actually scores a critical on your arm.
Jesus.
Your offhand arm, which is where the lantern is, right?
Yes.
You sprain your arm, essentially. I mean, you can probably describe it in a better way, but game effect wise, you have a sprained arm, torn muscle, does a wound. Looks like minus all 10 to all tests involving the arm. That was your off arm, though, so it shouldn't affect your melee. If it does try to do it when you're rolling, we'll just have to adjust. You did not connect, though. She parried your blow and counterattacked you quite effectively. And the next person in will get a plus 20 to hit. Yeah.
The next who person?
Whoever attacks her next will get a plus 20 to hit for outnumbering her. That said, Rocco, you're up.
Does she appear damp? Is she like wet?
Yeah. She definitely has been in the water. She's also got blood on her. She's standing in some of the water right now.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm just gonna hack her.
All right. Get a plus 20.
It's been so long. How do I do this?
Click on her.
Wait.
Target.
Weapon skill?
It's been a whole week.
Oh, I didn't. I guess I did attack one guy last week.
He cut his
You
leg off.
attack the hell out of him.
How about your
Do it again, baby.
combat, and you just
Combat
show your weapon?
There it is. Plus 20, you said?
Yeah. Choppy. You did hit her, though. She just wasn't ready for the attack coming from behind. And you put it up and in her. as they say.
Okay, see, on that one, we have the little eye to see at least a couple bits of data.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't understand it. Bernard, what are you doing?
I'm stepping up and attacking.
All right, you can also have a plus 20. Oh, I'm missing something. There we go. You can also have a plus 20.
All right.
That's pretty good.
Critical.
Why don't you resolve the critical?
That's pretty bad.
That's,
Well, you know, she stubbed her toe.
Damn, that'll teach her.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
She definitely failed that roll.
19.
It's pretty good damage.
plus 11 on the opposed SL.
Oh, I gotta fix that. It did the endurance test, but it treated that as the defense. We'll work it out.
Okay.
I'll edit that card after I do her counter.
So did she fail her average endurance test?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
It was using the stub. It was using the endurance test as her defense against your attack.
Sure,
So-
but then
I
twice
see
more.
two new ones. That's what we're kind of questioning.
You did it twice more. That was just kind of weird.
I had to fix the left part of the roll and the right part of the roll.
Oh, okay.
This damage still seems really high.
No. She failed by one?
Yeah, is that right? Yeah, he was.
Does Dave have weapon damage or strength bonus of 4?
Okay, I was looking at the 16. It's the 13. It's good.
Yeah, the 13 would be correct then.
I do have a strength bonus of 4.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, you connect good with her. Some really blood doesn't come out. You cut her, and there's a big gash, but it's like a bloodless gash. Trent, what are you doing? That seems cool.
Except for the fact it didn't work. So we're going to try one more time real quick. That didn't get much better. Okay.
One of these days, your blessings are going to happen, and it's going to be
I-
awesome.
Why'd you even
It
make
goes,
fire
off it goes off a stat that I cannot raise yet.
Oh, it sucks.
Oh, even at level 2?
Yeah.
That's,
I got hope, and it was one that I rolled low. I didn't realize it was going to be important. So, yeah.
that's kind of dumb. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. When do you even get it?
Willpower?
Sure, it's off
Prey,
willpower.
right?
Prey is off fellowship.
Oh, you get prey at level 1.
I have prey. I can't raise the stat it's based on.
Oh, okay. Is it only the stat you roll? I thought it was the prey that you roll.
I roll a prey. So
Okay.
sure, I've already sunk 10 points into prey.
I got
There's
you.
a limit to
I
how much I can sink more into
I
it.
understand what you're saying now. I was thinking
want to
you
raise the
literally
stat.
didn't even have the prey. I was thinking you didn't even have the prey skill, and I was like, well, that's dumb.
No, I've got the skill. I can't
Okay.
raise the stat to help me any.
I got you. All right. Griff, what are you doing?
I am going to drop my shield and my axe and pull out my blunderbuss and shoot her in the face. I won't let me shoot it without ammo, though.
Don't you have to spend a point or something to do that since you're scared?
I did already. It covers the whole round.
Yeah,
But I don't know how to. I don't know how to load the gun.
In your combat tab, you just click the loaded thing, assuming it was already loaded. That said, though, you got to give it ammunition, which I'll.
Okay.
That said,
You're standing right beside them, and
you've been trudging through water.
Yeah,
Fairly low water. You just got to jump. Yeah, all right. Give me a roll.
So I can make it an auto resilient success after I roll it, or just
You want to pick the number that you hit with? Is that what you're saying?
Well, it says you can spend resilience after you roll to change it if you want, but it didn't say anything about picking the number in the books. I don't know if that
Okay.
comes from
Resilience is like your big one. That's really hard to
I
get
know.
back. Okay.
There's a vampire eating my brain.
Okay. Yes, it's called You Will Not Fail, and you just pick the number that you want to roll.
But I can roll first.
You're going to have
roll
to.
real good.
Yeah. Well, actually, I don't know that you can. Game mechanic wise for Founder, you're going to have to do it so I can edit the thing.
In the actual book, it said you can do it after roll, but in the actual book, it didn't say you could pick a number. So I don't know where that comes from.
Well, let me find
it.
it.
You can make it an auto success. And if you get a crit, you can pick where, but it didn't say you can like pick a number.
Let's find it real fast.
Well, here. Just to kind of help you out a little bit, though.
171 in the main book.
Yep.
Rocco.
Yes.
Can you roll back up to your attack and right-click on it?
Does it have a thing?
That's what I'm checking.
What do you want me to look for?
Do you have something about spending resilience?
No.
Okay.
So, page 171, I'm reading, it says, I will not fail. Rather than roll the result of a test, you choose the number instead, allowing you to succeed even in the direst situations.
Right
and it's rather than roll.
It says you can even choose to do this on a test already failed.
Yeah.
The last sentence.
Okay. I didn't read that far. Well, it's good that put together we read the whole
I
thing.
didn't read the second sentence for some reason. So.
Okay. Then go ahead and roll. It's a pretty good roll. I doubt you need to do much better than that, but we'll see. Well, actually,
I could make it a critical, though. See?
That will miss based on her dodge. I don't actually know that you can hit. I guess
the use of resilience guarantees a hit.
Yeah, that's weird.
So I will use resilience to make it an 11 and make it a hit by 1 SL and a crit.
That's what'll happen. You'll make it by 1. Okay. So let's figure out how that's going to work. Why did that? I changed the roll.
They've had a really good bonus because of.
No, actually, he should have a really big penalty because he's firing with all of you engaged.
Yeah, you're right. He's shooting a gun at point blank into the rest of us. The rest of you guys.
The point blank might cancel out the. It would have already given him the point blank, though. It looks like no, it sure didn't. I don't know, man. We're gonna have to just manually do this. Were you targeting her, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, why are you always the one doing things that make me look things up?
Because the vampire dropped on me and started murdering me.
That's true. That did happen.
Don't worry. That's the only resilience I have. I can't do this again.
I mean, to be fair, if my stuff had worked, it was going to make people's weapons magical, which would have been what does that do now?
So actually, I think to even do this, you would have needed to spend the point because you should not be able to use the blunderbuss at point blank like that in melee.
Why?
Because it's only supposed to be like a one-handed weapon, like a pistol, something with a pistol quality. If you're in melee. You know what I mean? Otherwise, the idea is the barrel's so long, she just knocks it aside. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Use your point. I think it just comes out to 1 success level, period. I guess I don't need to really look up any modifiers. You spent your point, you're going to hit by 1, which is going to be...
But if I'm picking my numbers, it's going to be a crit.
Yeah, we'll deal with that. But the base damage is what?
8, I think.
All right, so you'll be doing 9.
Unless, I mean, that's the weapon. I don't know. Oh, I think it's 9. I think it's getting an extra 1 for the shot I bought.
I don't know why it's not letting me edit your roll. Like it is, it's just not.
Yeah, +9 damage with the ammo.
All right, we'll just do it the old-fashioned way. Give me a D100. What number are you picking to have hit with? What hit location do you want? Really, is what I'm asking.
Well, head.
Okay. 84. Somewhere in here is a crit chart. Never had to look for it before. Head, 84. Smashed mouth. Well, that's a good place to hit. Gain bleeding. Lose teeth. Take 4 extra wounds. Possibly amputation. All right.
Of the mouth.
You fire it into her face. He goes down.
All characters within 3 yards of the struck target take SL plus what? That's insane. That doesn't make sense.
It's like a shotgun.
Blast weapon.
It's a shotgun.
I clearly put it in her mouth, and I'm sure that lessened the effects.
Send big shifts. Some big shifts.
I
Suck.
was supposed to roll for that amputated nose. Let's see.
Non-metal armor is ignored, and the first point of armor is ignored, but her mouth probably doesn't have armor.
Basically, you blow her nose and off and mouth open.
I do not have my innervate. He needs yours.
I mean, if
You
it can,
got an innervate.
I do not
Okay,
have my
we can
innervate.
use
He needs
that.
yours.
Yeah, you can get your. Does it just do damage? Period. To everyone. SL plus weapon damage.
I do not have my innervate.
last 3, all characters within 3 yards of the struck target take SL plus weapon damage and suffer any conditions the weapon inflicts.
Well,
Does
that
mean they
doesn't
hit
count.
Everyone in the mouth.
No, it does mean everyone takes 9 damage minus your armor or toughness. So, Dirk, Rocco, and Bernard. Griff, I don't think you hit yourself with that. Basically, she's fallen. She's trying to scrap. He drops his thing, pulls out his blunderbuss while stumbling backwards and fires it, and just like stuff goes everywhere, man.
Also, in character, I don't.
You're
think
all on
any
top of
you
her too,
knew
though.
That I had a blunderbuss, so it's got to be very surprising.
It'd be hard to conceal.
I guess it's bigger than I thought it was.
And like, if you're looking at the map, yeah, you're all not right next to it, but realistically, you're all meleeing her. You're all kind of in a pile fighting when this thing goes off. That is a much bigger blast than I would have thought, but hey, here we are.
So, how much damage?
9 minus your toughness minus your armor.
And what armor?
Actually, hold on. I have a way I can apply this to you guys. I'll just do it. It's Rocco, Dirk, and Bernard.
Yep.
Right. It's going to be 9 damage. And it's going to not ignore armor. I hit apply. It looks like it did 2 to Bernard, 7 to Dirk, 7 to Rocco.
You guys not wearing armor?
That doesn't sound right.
Well, the reason it did that is it decided to do a random body part for each.
Okay.
And it did
That
body
still
for
doesn't sound
Bernard.
right. That they only have a toughness of 2 does not sound right.
That's what
What a
it's
toughness of 4. Where did it hit me?
Toughness of 2 for Dirk.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to alarm you, but blunderbusses ignore non-metal armor and the first point of metal armor.
All right.
Where did you hit me, Derek?
Body.
Okay.
So that's why it only did 2. It would have been 9. It was -3 because your armor, -4 because of your. You know what? I'll whatever. It wasn't a direct hit. I'll just count your armor because I don't want to fuck with it anyway. It looks like Dirk took it in the right leg. Rocco took it. You know what? I can just reveal that. Dirk took it in the right leg. Rocco took it in the left leg. Bernard took it in the chest. I guess they were kind of up on the pile fighting her, and Bernard was down. Anyway, she does fall down. because I gotta give her damage too.
I cut her head off.
So hold up there, champ. There's still other stuff going on.
Rats are going to kill you now.
So do I imagine.
I club her head off.
Did it not actually apply the damage? I don't think it actually applied it. You will
I
look
got
at full
damage.
health. Rocco's at full.
I'm damaged.
Yeah, I'll fix Rocco. Maybe it did some other Rocco. No, it says he's at 3. It just looks like he's full on the... Oh, I see. When I was looking at him, Oh, as soon as I move him, it updated. Same with Dave. As soon as I moved you, okay, whatever. What did I need? I need to do her damage, which was 9 more, right? Okay, let me apply it. This is harder than it should be because the gunshot was so weird. 9 damage to the face. There we go. I should have done a crit, though. Damn it. All right. Andrew, roll D100.
I did that already, didn't I?
Yeah, but that was a crit for getting a crit. This was a crit for taking her below 0.
Oh, okay.
98. That's a good roll. Mangled jaw. Well, that was already true. So you do notice she's not actually bleeding from these wounds, but she does go down, and her mouth is just a gaping hole, like her entire lower jaw. The lower part of her face is missing, and she's down.
Sorry.
Some rats come swarming over onto Dirk. Damn it. I lost them because they're very tiny.
Dark Knight out. Dark Knight out.
Yeah. Dirk, how are you defending against these crazy rats that are swarming all over you?
I mean, I guess I'm, swatting at him with my mace.
All right. Then roll that. Let me see if it picked any of this up correctly. Sure didn't. The rat swarm kind of rolls over you, biting repeatedly. You take another 2 damage as they get around your armor where they can. Bernard, same thing. You can make a whatever roll you're using to defend. Wait, let me roll first, I guess. Yep, go ahead.
Okay. I'm
Do
supposed to
your
roll what?
falls, you can get it.
Whatever you're using to defend. All right, you managed to fend off the rats. Griff, same thing. Give me a defense roll.
Get TPK'd by rats. After a weekend.
You know, they're vampirically controlled rats.
Well, the only thing I have in my hands is an unloaded blunderbuss, so I guess I'm meleeing.
You could dodge. I mean, whatever. You managed to fend them off, and then finally, Trent. You are up, sir.
Yeah,
Would you like to reroll that? Much better. They do barely hit you. in the body. So
Do
it
they? Okay.
I don't think that'll do much.
does 1 damage because there's a minimum 1 when you get hit. But
Slight cold adds. Slight cold adds.
there's ads, guys. It's true. The rats are getting you right now.
Slight cold adds.
All right.
We're gonna need a chain heal over here.
Finally, the ones that actually hit Dirk swarm right over him and go for Rocco.
I wave my torch at them.
You can do that next round. But right now, you were busy stabbing a vampire. Well, I mean, do whatever your defense is, but besides the lantern, not a torch, I think.
Whatever. Yeah, it is. Dodge?
I mean, I guess it could be a torch. It'd be fine. Dodge or your melee, whatever you prefer.
I shall dodge.
It's pretty good dodge. Not good enough, though, as little rats swarm all over you. Apparently dropping you.
Don't worry, I'll get him.
You don't die, though.
Vampire.
You are still conscious. What it's worth. For another toughness bonus round. So 2 more rounds, you're still conscious. And if you spend a point of your resolve, like the one that you can get back easier, you get a hit point back and you get back to your feet. So it's, not the end of the world.
Okay.
If you do that on your turn. But anyway, yeah, rats came out of everywhere and just swarm all over you guys. And it is a new round. I think. Hold on. Let me. Is that the button? Nope.
Did we not get any whatever you call it? Points from good stuff we managed to do? Successes?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Advantage.
Advantage?
Oh.
No, we're getting screwed on that somehow.
Yeah, that's weird.
I got a pretty good hit.
But you know what? They didn't get any of it either.
I guess I didn't.
I wonder how much that new update just broke stuff that used to work. That's weird. Or if there's options I have to go toggle on. Okay, we'll hit 3 of you. Well, Andrew can't get it. You can't get it for spending a thing.
Right.
I hit.
Dave hit and Dirk hit. The 2 of you hit, right?
I did not hit.
Rocco
He
hit.
got hit on
And she hit me. She hit me in the arm.
He got hit on the defense. Rocco hit, right?
And then, so you guys should have 2. They should have 5. All right. Yeah, something's weird with that. All right, she's just laying there, and her head's almost gone.
Is she like dead?
I mean, she was probably dead in the first place, right? It's not moving. It's her turn. Her turn is over. Dirk. Let me put it this way. He shot her in the face and blew her mouth and her nose and her entire jaw off, and she crumpled to the ground and is not moving.
Okay.
What's Dirk doing? There's rats all over, man. They're everywhere.
Yeah, I want to try and get away from the rats.
Just running?
No, because I want to make sure that she gets beheaded, but I do want to.
I will tell you, game mechanic wise, because this would not be clear. Like, you can attack the rats, and you can essentially hurt the swarm enough with a melee attack that they're no longer effective combatants. It doesn't mean like every single rat's dead, but they disperse, or there's just not enough to matter anymore. So,
Gotcha.
if your thought was like, "Oh man, it's rats. How am I going to stab?" Like, technically, game mechanic wise, you can. It's fine. What you want. I just wanted to make sure you had the information.
All right, I guess I'm gonna attack the rats.
Okay.
Don't worry, guys. I'll rebuild my blunderbuss and shoot him in a couple turns.
Yeah, that's likely getting taken from you,
You know, sometimes you just got to find out the hard way.
So in my head, this whole time, I thought a blunderbuss was the like what the witch hunters have, just like that pistol. But I'm looking at pictures now, and it is nothing close to that.
No, it is old style musket plus.
Well, you know, we live and we learn.
I mean, I still would have done it in this particular circumstance.
You hit by a mile. Were you targeting? Because it did not act like you did.
I thought
No, he totally did.
Yeah, he targeted.
Did I roll it for the? Which one were you targeting? Maybe I rolled for the wrong one.
Is there more than one swarm?
There's 4 swarms.
We can go outside.
One in the bottom left corner, I guess.
The one by Eric?
Yeah.
Can you hit that one?
Okay, I rolled the wrong one. I'm going to roll, but I'll just fix the roll to be what you had. I mean, whatever. I just need to do it for the purposes of making it
I
do the
wasn't sure
thing.
which one was on me, so I just went to the easiest
The one that was on you is the one between your. I'll just change it around.
That's okay. We'll just flat rock with that.
You go in and you just start swinging in a bunch of rats. You know, you leave a bunch of rat corpses behind, which will make Gino very happy potentially. And effectively, the swarm is no longer. I mean, there might be a few rats here and there, but they're gone. You can click the crit button for fun, but you know they're dead.
Nobody wants an undead rat for dinner.
I'm not going to click the crit button. No.
All right. Next up, Andrew will click it.
Touch their feet.
Crushed foot.
Rocco, what do you want to do? You are prone, but I'm pretty sure you can still attack if you want, or you could
do that thing you said to do.
All right. So is there a way to do that?
Spin resolve?
Like on your sheet, is there a button?
You can just right or left click it to increment
Yeah,
and
change the
decrement it.
resolve.
Not for getting the hit point back and
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Okay, well, I'll do that.
Okay.
So I get rid of prone for you. And you get a hit point. You do still have your crit, which was what? I don't remember anymore. Torn muscle, right arm. -10 penalty to all tests involving the arm, that's probably your swinging arm, I assume.
Sure.
Anyway, what are you doing? That was kind of a freebie. You spend your point.
Drink my healing draught.
All right, so you're getting it out and drinking it. Easy.
Do I just push this button?
Yeah, and then no.
Okay.
I was hoping, but definitely neither of those is the appropriate action.
Do I not have it?
You have it.
Roll for availability.
I see under your trappings, if you expand healing drought, you can hit the apply healing drought button. Okay. That's probably what you want.
I did it.
And then it reduced the quantity, and that was good. And did it heal you? A little bit. I don't know how much. Didn't tell me, but
It said 2.
Well, there you go. Healed you 2.
All right. Is that all I can do?
Yeah, pretty much.
All right.
Bernard, what you doing?
Can't make it go down again.
All right.
There's rats on you here.
Yep.
There's rats on Griff. Okay.
Somebody called center.
Well, you know, it could still happen. Dared green.
More dots.
You still hit.
The guy from back.
Okay.
You smack around the rats until they are no more.
I'll hit the critical button.
Yeah,
Okay.
good man.
You crush their feet too.
We hate
As it
rat
should.
feet.
I didn't realize it was after 11:30. We should end here after this round. My bad. Someone tell me next time. Trent.
Nothing right now. I gotta wait till the end.
Oh, right. You're slow. My bad. Griff.
Can I not be terrified anymore?
Well, given that she's down, you wouldn't be fearful of her. Otherwise, you would be. You know, like if she was still up.
Right.
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 And the rats are not scary. So yes, I will remove fear, which I don't.
All right.
Nope.
I will put my blunderbuss down and pick up my axe.
All right, you
Kill all the rats.
you reach around in the water and find it, and then you start swinging at the rats. Go ahead.
I will spend a resilient. No. Oh, I probably should equip it.
Oh yeah, that's important. So effectively, finding your axe and picking it up counts as your move, and then I'll probably hit unless I roll amazingly well. I rolled pretty well, but you rolled better. So yeah, it turns out it doesn't really take a lot to murder these rats who have 5 hit points. Swarm rules are weird though, because if they hit you, they get to move on to another target.
I crush the elbow with my axe.
I was really hoping it was going to be a foot again. So these rats are continuing to swarm over Trent before he is about to crush them to a pulp with his warhammer. But in the meantime, you can make a defense roll, Trent.
You think I'm going to do a lot better than I think I'm going to do?
Well, I mean, you can make you can roll a roll. Let's put it that way. That is a lot of rat damage potentially here, but you know you'll survive. You are up, sir. As they did 7. They're basically climbing all over you, and you're probably picking them off and them swinging the warhammer down at them is what's happening here. That is almost certainly going to do it, unless I roll like a 0-1. Which I did not do. So you, I don't know, you just probably pull one off, you smash it. Pull one off, you smash it. They're just, yeah, you can roll your crit too if you want to see if you get them a stub toe. Broken foot, whatever it was.
Nice.
Battered pelvis. All right.
Did I hear you're decapitating the vampire?
Do we think that'll like turn it to dust or anything? Because we don't want that.
There's only one way to find out.
You can wrap it up, carry it to the second floor, and throw it out a window.
Right, that's what I would like to do.
You're gonna do what?
So we alert the who's in charge of the watch to come over, as many watchmen as we can get.
Wait, what would you like to do? Which was that?
Carry her up to the second floor. Get whoever's in charge of the watch right now to come over.
Okay, so
tell them there was a vampire, and then throw her out and see what happens.
All right, you're gonna grab the body and haul it upstairs.
Cover it up.
Someone else can do that. I need to collect some rats.
I wonder why none of the advantage is working.
Yes, I am taking rats to my buddy.
Who's that? Who? He probably
No,
won't
that's not
eat
the
one dead
issue.
rat.
Hold on. Augie. You're fine.
What?
Sorry. Is she dead?
She looks dead.
She looks dead. That said, the reason I asked is no, she's not, but it might not matter. She appears very, very dead. Let me just hit this button and then we'll stop here. Yeah, you pick her up and she's just limp. I mean, she certainly seems dead. We'll pick up next week.
Are we supposed to see that?
What, the regenerate? No, probably not.
Yeah. Okay.
But clearly it's not doing anything. Why it rolled 4 times? I don't know. That's weird.
Only rolled once for us.
We didn't do that at all. We saw a previous round where we saw the regenerate.
Oh, I didn't see that.
I just saw it roll 4. Something's real screwed up with like advantage and everything else. All right, well, we'll stop there. It's late. It's probably effectively over though. But even if she did get up, it's not going to matter. That was only in even remarkably close combat because Griff blunderbust you all. So that was good. I enjoyed that.
You going to do experience tonight or next week?
Given that it's late, I will. I mean, I will, but you do not have to stick around for it.
Okay.
That's
Actually,
good.
no. I'm going to wait. It'll be easier for me to wait as we wrap up the adventure next time. I'll give it out towards the beginning of next time.
Okay.
See you guys.
Bye.
Later.
See ya. Awesome, man. How does
How upset everyone was that I shot them.
I didn't have a problem. I've got armor though and toughness. How does a shield work, Derek?
Well,
Is that
depends which
just
book.
extra?
Depends which book you look in, but the way it's supposed to work in the Up in Arms book is it's in your offhand, and then you just get to use it and add it as armor against any hit you are defending against with melee. You don't have to have a shield skill. You're not using parry. You're just using whatever your weapon. If you're 90 points in broadsword, you use your broadsword skill to defend with it, assuming you're holding a broadsword. It's just something you're holding while you're doing your melee.
Okay.
The rules in the core book were like more complex, and it gives you +1, I think, to your defense as well on your success levels.
Yeah. The when I was thinking about getting one, but when I equipped it, it gave me another attack thing. So I assumed it was I rolled the shield as defense instead of the weapon as defense, which sucked because I would get 2 points less.
Like you should be able to do that, and then like your parry's better, but you can't like damage your opponent on.
So I think the way the core rules worked was, and I could be wrong, I think you would use whatever your melee parry skill was, and you'd use your shield as the weapon. And then if it did crit, you'd basically using your shield for the damage.
That seems kind of crappy because the shield's only +2, and every weapon I can get has a better number than that.
Well, of course, you're not going to do much damage with your shield. If you're holding your... Well, you're not... Wait. What are you saying?
I mean,
you're not going to attack with your shield. You're going to defend with your shield.
What is the...
So any crits you score on defense are going to be crits with your shield, not crits with your weapon, which for the most part really doesn't matter. It's not like your weapon. It's not like your weapon damage usually ends up mattering for those kind of crits.
Right.
But anyway, they just simplified it all for Up in Arms. In fact, I'm just going to read that section again because.
All right, no, that's cool. I didn't get a shield. I should though. Maybe. Trappings. Here we go.
Anytime you oppose an attack, you benefit from the additional armor points equal to your shield rating. This means you may use a melee weapon in your primary hand to oppose an opponent's melee attack at no penalty and gain the AP benefit of the shield in your secondary hand, even though you did not specifically use the shield to oppose the attack.
Okay.
I mean, that last part's what calls out. Like, you don't even specifically use the shield to oppose the attack. You're just doing your normal weapon parry. You just have a shield in your offhand. Really, the only downside is encumbrance, right? The fact you're not using a two-handed weapon. In the core book, I don't know. It was a little different.
Yeah.
Even then, I don't know. Shields are good.
Yeah. On the weapons, I'm looking at different weapons in here. Where are the qualities defined? Was that in the base book?
In here, it's probably hard to find.
There's some new ones in Up in Arms.
Well, I didn't even remember it from the base book.
The vast majority are in the base book. It's going to be in the consumer's guide.
I don't know if you can look at it in the, like, the ones I have equipped, I can look at each thing. I don't know if you can do that from the compendium.
Yes, you can see it's got a quality section, and it's like impact, impale. It's just some text.
Oh, here. I'll like this. I'll try to like this. Well, it's not. Whatever. Go to that. Go to section 5, weapons.
Where did you put that?
Chat. Maybe I have to make it.
Flash above Griff.
There you go.
There it is.
I probably need to turn off private GM rules.
Let's see. Melee weapons? Knife, buckler,
yeah, go to weapons and then just scroll down a bit. It's going to be weapon qualities is the section you're looking for under your weapons.
Oh, so yeah.
It's going to have accurate, black powder, damaging, defensive, etc.
Right.
And then armor's got qualities too, although the armor really doesn't have that many qualities. Andrew, if you're trying to see what those do, it's popping them in the chat window, just so you know. Rather than
Yeah,
showing you
it
directly.
wasn't like during combat. It wasn't doing that, which was weird. I mean, it's better.
It's different too, depending which tab you're on. All right, so what was not working? Let's see.
Advantage.
Yeah.
Oh, from my combat tab, I can read them, but I can't, and I don't post a chat.
I'm willing to bet there's some add-on I use for Warhammer that just hasn't updated for the new thing yet.